I think we're good. And we'll just see when we go back to the office. He's hoping it'll just recognize. Echo.
That might be from you, Don.
I'm Well, good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to call to order the January 10th, 2023 meeting of the El Dorado County Board of Supervisors. Welcome to everyone here and online. At this time, we like to have the invocation. Rabbi, I see you are on the line.
Thank you so much, Supervisor Thomas. I can't access my video, though, if you want my video.
Let's see. You should be able to now, Rabbi.
Wonderful.
I'd like to see you.
There we go. All right. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the honor of providing words of invocation this morning, and thank you for your efforts on behalf of the citizens of El Dorado County. And Supervisor Lane, welcome to the Board of Supervisors.
Thank you.
And thank you for representing us here at the lake. It's a new secular year, and here at this board, some new terms beginning, and in our nation, a new legislative session. With this moment of transition, I'm drawn to the transition the Jewish community around the world is navigating this week from the book of Genesis to the book of Exodus. This is the story that gives rise to the Exodus from Egypt, and it begins in this week's Torah portion. We're given the setting in Egypt with a transition of power, a new king arising over Egypt. The clarifying moment is when the story tells us that this new leader did not remember the past. It was not remembering the past that led to the enslavement of a people, to the crushing losses of welfare and economy in Egypt, and perhaps more. We have heard the idiom that teaches us that if we do not remember the past, we are doomed to repeat it. Or, as oft attributed to Mark Twain, history never repeats itself, but it does often rhyme. Transitions on the calendar, new terms in public office, and liminal moments of all kind require our attention to the rhyming with the past. It requires of you, our county leadership, to ensure a connection to that past that honors the foundations of today, yet is willing to boldly, if necessary, chart new paths for a bright future. May your leadership, your wisdom as a combination of experience and reflection be bolstered by the past and be inspired by a future. May you remember the shoulders on which you stand and also the great responsibility that is yours. We pray, Hamakom, may the one who is ever present grant each of us the ability to live up to being our best, to foster the environment for the best of our humanity, inclusive of all, and to ensure that our county's direction links what is good and just in our past to a healthy course for our future. And we can say together, Amen.
Amen.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. Your words are always very well stated and much appreciated. Great way to start the day. Thank you for being with us.
You're welcome. Thank you.
And at this point, we have the Pledge of Allegiance, and Supervisor Lane, will you lead us?
I will. Ready, begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And now we have the adoption of the agenda and the approval of the consent calendar. I will start at my right and ask any board members if you'd like to pull anything. Supervisor Lane?
No, thank you.
Or make comments. Supervisor Heidel.
I would like to request we pull number 16 and number 37.
16 and 37. All right. Supervisor Turnbull.
He's already going to pull 37, so I'll just say no changes.
All right. And Supervisor Parlin.
I'm going to register a no vote on number 38, the Diamond Village
Okay.
project.
And any other changes or comments?
I'm glad we're pulling number 37.
Okay. All right. So with that, we have public comments on the consent calendar. And once again, this is for comments on the consent calendar alone.
Now taking public comment on the consent calendar. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ryan Carter, City of Placerville. Thank you for pulling, excuse me, item number 37. That was one of the things I was going to talk about this morning. The other item is number 38. And thank you Supervisor Parlin for a no vote on that. I would like to see a couple more. This project has numerous problems, not the least of which is that the people of Diamond Springs don't want it. Please pull this item, kill it, and let's come back with a more thought out and a more reasonable and project that's worked with the city of Diamond Springs and the people that live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room?
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, not taking public comment from Zoom participants, not taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. Once somebody opposes something on the consent, you really do have to pull it. So I am going to make that complaint that if this is not pulled, then this is a violation of the Brown Act. 38 needs to be pulled and needs to be discussed. It's a poorly planned project. I think I sent each of you a memo on that. You're going to loan somebody that has no collateral, $1.5 million out of the CDBG grant funds that could go to help your constituents that live here. This complex was, again, I went through the whole process with the development. It was poorly planned. The people that signed off on it have all left the county or their offices or other members that agreed to it. There was a lot of investigation to the person that's doing this project that when we went to check his office, it's actually a mailbox in Orangeville. It's not even a business office. So I have no idea why you would want to do this, especially in District 3 in an area where you're putting this project where it's level of service F coming out of Racket Way. 2 people had died during the time at that intersection when we were discussing this project. It was done with threats to the neighbors that if they didn't go along with the project, they would pull SB 35, which would not be legal on this, to use on this property because it's got 3 wetlands. So I think it needs to be pulled. I think it needs to be, basically, you just need to deny giving this person the money. You're also writing off all the TIM fees, which is another $1 million and something, so that they'll have no funding for mitigation of one of the worst traffic areas in the county. And as District 3 Supervisor, Wendy Thomas, I would hope that you would pull this and protect your community from this type of horrible project. I mean, I would love to walk you out there. It's got, it's Pearl Place. As it is already, it's too congested. It's a high fire area. There were so many issues with this. He refused to reduce the project to make it fit in the space that he's putting it in. And I would ask that you deny the funding and this project would no longer cease because they don't have the funds to produce it, which is another bad thing to continue with this project. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Yes, I concur on 38. It just feels like Supervisor Thomas is trying to sell this project. If that's how it feels, I'm not accusing her of doing that, but it feels like it's being sold to the people in this area. And there's so many people, like, I don't know anybody that's for it except Supervisor Thomas and the developers. I remember you said, I don't know, about a year ago, you said not everybody wants to live in a house with a white picket fence. Some people want to live in bungalows and apartments or something like that. And it's like, where are those people? I would like to see them organizing and supporting this project because those people don't exist. They don't. So you need to listen to your constituents. People don't want this. It's so congested over there. It's a scary road already. We just don't need it. So you guys need to discuss this. This is why you were all elected. These are nonpartisan issues. And when people get together nonpartisanly, it seems like that's when the board ignores everybody. And this is one of those instances. So I really think you guys should listen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mandy.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all. We will bring this back to the board. We do have a 9 a.m. time allocation, so we can revisit the consent items as far as the ones that have been pulled. Yes, not the approval of the consent calendar. So I appreciate everyone's comments. I would like to comment that on item 38, there's a lot of misunderstanding about what this item before the board is. This project has already been approved. The approval list project is not up for the board consideration today. It's just a ratifying of the extension. So I will get back to you, Sue, and give you some clarifying statements. I'll email you. So with that, we will revisit items 16 and 37 later on in the agenda. So Kim, can you call the
Sure.
item?
Adoption agenda and approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull items 16 and 37 for discussion, and Supervisor Parlin will register a no vote on item number 38.
I'll move.
I'll second.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Unanimous, except for item number 1, no vote on item number 38. All right, thank you all. So with that, we'll move on to the 9 a.m. time allocation of the TIF program fee schedule. So Kim?
Item number 25 is a hearing from the Department of Transportation recommending the board, 1, approve the introduction of an ordinance amending County Code Chapter Traffic Impact Fee Program to revise the cost index used to calculate annual updates to the TIF program fee schedule. 2, make findings that the adoption of the ordinance is exempt under the California Environmental Quality Act. And 3, waive full reading of the ordinance and read by title only, and continue this matter to February 14th, 2023 for final passage. Supervisor Thomas, could you please open the public hearing?
With that, I open the public hearing. Yes.
All right.
Good morning. Thanks for being
Good
with us.
morning, Chair Thomas, members of the board. Supervisor Lane, welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to be back before you this morning. As Kim just mentioned, we're here for the first reading of ordinance 5173 to amend the county ordinance addressing the way in which we do our annual updates to our traffic impact fee program's fee schedule. We were here last May for our annual update, which resulted in roughly 16 to 18% increase in fees, depending on zone and type of project. And at that point, the board asked that we come back later with recommendations on a different alternative cost index that could potentially reduce those annual increases that we've been seeing since 2019, 2020. So what we identified and we presented last month, or excuse me, November, just before Thanksgiving, was the construction cost index published by Engineering News Record, as opposed to the building cost index that we've been using since 2008. The board directed in November that we go ahead and move forward with amending the ordinance code to use the construction cost index moving forward. So that is why we're here today. We've amended or prepared an amendment to the ordinance to reflect that one change. So happy to answer any questions you might have.
I'll be using the buttons today. So does any board member have any comments on this item before we go to public comment? Rather straightforward, as we've already directed this. All right, thank you so much. We'll take public comment at this point.
Now taking public comment on item number 25. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in the boardroom?
Seeing no public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Thank you.
Oh,
Kim.
I'm sorry. Sue just raised her hand.
Okay.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Fortunately, I haven't had time to look through this, which I feel like I'm it's my responsibility being the proponent for Measure E, and a lot of the costs, the mitigation for traffic is based on the mitigation required for Measure E. So I will review this in the future, and if it conflicts with our general plan and the requirements for Measure E, then I will be addressing the board later. Thank you.
Sounds good. Thank you, Sue.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, with that, I will close the public hearing and bring this back to the board for a motion.
I'll move staff's recommendation.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Passes unanimously. Thank you so much. Thank you for bringing it back to us. I think this is moving in the right direction on that. All right, so we're not quite ready for our 9:30, so let's go back and hear item 16.
Item 16 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board approve the Board of Supervisors policy G3 dead animal disposal with a new sunset review date of January 10th, 2026.
All right, so Supervisor.
Yes,
Idaho, you pulled this.
Yes, and Raphael and I have had discussions on this in years past, and I'm just requesting that we consider the addition of some language. And I have some proposed language that obviously can be wordsmith, but it states wild animals that have died as a result of a roadway incident will be removed by DOT if the dead wild animal is placed at the side of the road and reported to DOT. I've had a lot of residents say that the deer died on my property after it was hit by a car. How am I supposed to get rid of it? Because DOT won't come onto my property to remove it. So what this simply says is if you can get that dead animal, whatever it is, wild animal, not your dog or your cat, down to the side of the roadway and call DOT, they will pick it up. That's a great service to our community. I don't think it impacts a whole lot, but it also keeps the sanitation part of things, because for people who can't move that dead animal, it gets pretty bad in the middle of summer. And so this is a way, I think, to remedy that, because people who recognize this deer is dead in my backyard, if I get it down to the road, DOT will come pick it up. I'm going to give them a call. That's what I'm asking consideration of. I think it's pretty simple, but
sure.
Your thoughts?
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation for El Dorado County. So my only concern with that would be is the Department of Transportation's sole purpose is for the preservation and the maintenance of its right of way. And so if, let's say, for example, somebody was to have a dead deer show up in their front yard, and or a skunk or a turkey show up in their property, and it just showed up there. It's not having to do with an actual animal getting hit on a vehicular roadway. And then they were to do that because they know of this ordinance, then it could be potentially be a gift of public funds. And so then I want to tread lightly with that. I understand and we do already have that policy it's not a written one, but if it's within, I'd say 30 feet of a roadway or within 10 feet of the edge of pavement, that we typically pick it up anyways, only because it's unsightly, and people, as they're driving, they go look at it and it could cause an accident. So we pick it up anyways. But the thought of possibly somebody having dead animals, bears, turkeys, deer, during the rut season, a lot of deer kill themselves. Somebody decides to, go target practice, and then they shoot a deer, and then they put it in the side of the road because they know this ordinance. I'd rather we maybe have a conversation on that, move forward with this board item now. And I see what you're saying, and it makes sense. And in the spirit of making sure that we are providing for our public's safety and what occurs on the roadway, I get that. But in terms of making sure I keep it very black and white in terms of what a dead deer accident happens and where it happens, I think, and not to mention, Animal Services does pick up dead animals at somebody's private property for a small fee. So that service is always there. But in terms of the roadway, I think we might want to, Jeanette? I thought I was hearing myself. I'm like, I know I'm loud, but I didn't think I could echo the entire room. Wow. So yeah, so I definitely want to work with you, your office, and animal control services to see what we can work out to make sure that that there is a clear black and white in terms of what is the Department of Transportation's responsibility, what is private property's responsibility, if you don't mind.
I'm good with that. Because
Okay.
again, in the language I proposed, it said due to a roadway incident. Well, how do you confirm that?
Exactly.
That can be tough.
My
I mean, if the-
maintenance guys don't want to be
if the animal's all
investigators.
torn up, because it limped away and the leg's half off or something or other, it's pretty clear. But
But if
otherwise
it
could
has
be
a
difficult.
gunshot, you never know.
Yeah.
We don't want to
Yeah.
have to do the investigation into that. But nonetheless, I do understand your perspective and the spirit of what we're trying to accomplish. So yes, I do want to look
Okay.
into that, and we'll work with your office on that.
Let's see if we can develop some language. I'm good
Okay.
with this the way it is. So.
Okay, great.
And the fact that Animal Services does offer that for a fee, that's right. If someone,
It does. Yep.
Yeah, that's not the public's job to clean up private property.
Yes, exactly.
Sounds good. Any other board comments?
All right.
All
Great.
right.
Thank you.
Kim, we're ready for public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 16. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
Thank you, Kim. I'll bring this back to the board for action.
Madam Chair, I'll move approval of item 16.
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, do you think we have time to knock out? Probably not on item 37.
No.
No. Yeah.
No.
All right, so we just sit tight for 6 minutes?
Take a break.
Take a break. All right. Yes, we're darn efficient this morning. All right, so we will come back at 9:30 for our Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience item. So
So you're
thanks.
exceeding expectations.
It is 9:30 and we will now move on to our 9:30 time allocation. So Kim, would you read the item?
Item number 26 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board receive and file an update from the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience.
Good morning. I've been looking forward to this item. Good
I'm
morning, Sue.
good. Good morning, Sue Henneke with the Chief Administrative Office, and really excited to bring you this first official update from your Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. I'm just gonna quickly remind us all of why we're here, how we got here, then I'm gonna turn it over to the team that we've got here with us together. So back in September of 2021, following the Caldor fire, the board directed the CEO to form what was at that point called a Vegetation Management and Resiliency Working Group. And you set some goals, collaborating on lessons learned from the Caldor fire. Yeah, sorry, I just realized it's not up. So we saw three goals in that directive. Collaborate on lessons learned from the Caldor fire in order to define funding streams and initiate a robust community-based resiliency and vegetation management program that would accelerate current county efforts. So, really what the CAO did at that point, and then next slide, please, Kim, was pull together some experts in the field. Obviously, we've got them listed here, and we've got this group here with us. We've got Ken Pimlott, who has been staffing this group and facilitating a lot of those efforts. Of course, you all know former director of CAL FIRE. We have Scott Rogers with the U.S. Forest Service. He's in our regional area. We have Mark Egbert, the district manager for the El Dorado and Georgetown Resource Conservation Districts. We have Ron Phillips representing the El Dorado County Fire Prevention Officers Association. Not quite here. Oh, there he is. Tim Cordero representing the Fire Chiefs Association. And then we have CAL FIRE as well. And we have Hugh Council. He's the vice chair of the El Dorado County Fire Safe Council representing that group. So that was the initial group that was pulled together by the CAO to start kind of, working with this directive from the board. And we have since, of course, added the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team, and representing them for us is Isaac Pounding. He's the current incident commander. He's up pulling people out of the snow right now in Tahoe. So he wasn't able to join us.
Which we appreciate.
Yes, very much. And then next slide, please. So we came back, so the group started meeting very frequently, every month, really, and sometimes more frequently than that, because there was really a lot of excitement to get going on this and to put together something that was really going to last and be sustainable for a long time, not just a working group that we put together and then give you a white paper and we come back and we go away. So I think we've really been able to accomplish that. And so the first presentation back to the board from the group was in March of this year. At that point, we added this whole theme to the strategic plan to lead and facilitate the creation and maintenance of fire adapted communities. And so to that end, the group has been doing a lot of work on that. We also have the task of preparing a countywide wildfire protection strategy. And so we'll get into what that's going to look like a little bit later in the presentation. At that point, based on the recommendation of the group, the board also directed the CAO to create this new Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. And then finally, next slide, please, Kim. An opportunity had come up for a hazard mitigation grant to conduct a defensible space and vegetation management on a community within the county. And so the board designated $3.3 million as matching funds to that grant. And we just saw that as a really big commitment to what you had put in the strategic plan toward the end of fire adapted communities. So very much appreciated that. And so that's how we got to where we are. So now we have the office pretty much stood up. We've still got our very strong advisory committee that is going to be a permanent component of this structure, as we'll get into. So I want to turn it over to Ken and the team to talk to you about where we are now and our efforts going forward.
Thank you, Sue. Good morning, members of the board. Again, Ken Pimlott, working as a principal management analyst in the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. So we really, once you approved our recommendations going forward, the working group really got to work to the table, putting together a number of governance elements to really charter us going forward as to how the working group was going to operate, and then also as we stand up the Office of Wildfire Preparedness. So the first step was we created a permanent advisory committee out of the working group. So transform that into a standing advisory committee. As Sue indicated, we added, ensured that the Lake Tahoe Basin was well represented. So we added the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team. And now the advisory committee will provide recommendations and support a larger effort engaging other stakeholders. They'll provide an annual work plan back to the Office of Wildfire and Preparedness. And again, this is what the stakeholders feel is important for the office to be working on and engaging in for our county. Next slide, Kim. Thank you. And this is challenging to see, but the group prepared an organizational structure, and just in the simplest form is the top box. That's that light red color. That's the members of the advisory committee, with a direct line to the Office of Wildfire Preparedness, which provides the staffing and support to the committee, but also the office provides that interaction with stakeholders and engagement back with the CAO's office and the Board of Supervisors and the public. But what's most important is what's underneath that top box. And there's a number of, I think we have 7 boxes there in light blue. And those are the various projects or elements that the advisory committee is engaging in and working on. And not all of those are staffed or engaged in yet, but some of the key ones that are being looked at right now include a variety of different projects, which we'll talk about in a minute. But the bottom line is we now have the ability to expand and contract gate, bringing in support stakeholders and other experts to help us work on various tasks and challenges. So next slide. As Sue mentioned, you approved us engaging in a hazard mitigation grant through the Office of Emergency Services. We applied for that grant, and originally it was a $13.5 million grant, with 10.2 coming from the state and the county matching that at $3.3 million. And it was focused on defensible space, hazardous fuels reduction, and ignition resistant construction in an area of Weber Creek, essentially from Sacramento Hill to Texas Hill. In working with, next slide, in working with the California Office of Emergency Services, they invited us to transition our application from the Hazard Mitigation Program into what's called the California Wildfire Mitigation Program, CWMP. So we transitioned a new application in lieu of the original one, and essentially they have grown our program to $25 million proposal. We are targeting 525 structures in essentially the same area, basically from Texas or from Sacramento Hill to Cedar Ravine. We are going to be one, if approved, will be one of 5 pilot counties in the state that will be really focusing in on the built environment, home hardening, defensible space, and how that all ties together. And this really goes back to the theme that Sue talked about that you all put into the county strategic plan, is how do we make El Dorado County, our communities, resilient? And what we've learned from all of the fires around California in the last 10 years is that it's not just the wildland vegetation, it's not just the hazardous fuels reduction treatments that we're doing, but it's also the home-to-home ignition. And we've seen it time and time again, the fires in the North Bay, the fires in Paradise. Over 50% of the structures in some cases are igniting from house-to-house ignition, not from wildland vegetation. So if we don't have an emphasis and tackle the built environment as part of this overall program, we won't be able to stop the losses that we're seeing. And so engaging in this grant is critical. And what's key is the Office of Emergency Services is really looking at the county for the fact you stepped up and provided a significant match to this grant, which other counties have not been able to do that. So the commitment they see from us is standing out very strong. And we're very hopeful as this moves into the approval process at FEMA that we'll see approval here, we hope, here in the coming months. So we could probably skip through that slide, Kim. I think I covered that. So the activities of the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience, just want to highlight, we've been working and helping collaborate and coordinate the greater efforts within the greater Placerville area. There are a number of projects going on in and around the Placerville, both within the city and in the unincorporated areas. And so we've been leading efforts with the partners involved there to coordinate our outreach, our messaging, ensuring we're not overlapping in our project scope, and again, trying to be the most efficient as we work on a variety of different projects in and around Placerville. We're coordinating planning efforts. This is something that was loud and clear that we heard from the board last year, that we've got many disparate efforts going on, everyone meaning well. Well, obviously, CAL FIRE has a fire plan. We in the county have a safety element to our general plan. We have a local hazard mitigation plan. We have a community wildfire protection plan. We are really now working to put this under one umbrella. And it's not to take away from any of those plans, but we want each of them to inform each other so that when there's a project in the community wildfire protection plan, it's also recognized with CAL FIRE in their plan and with our safety elements. So a lot of effort and work going into putting that together. Defensible space working group. I think this is probably where we've had the most activity and success to date. Ron Phillips is leading a sub-working group under our committee to work on amendments to our county ordinance for defensible space, which will be coming back to the board in the coming months, but it'll be going beyond that. We'll also be working on recommendations for how we amend our implementation of the program in the county. There's a lot going on in that space, not just here in El Dorado County, but around the state. And we're kind of excited to be right in the middle of how we do those evaluations with landowners and how that works. So there'll be a lot more to talk about there. And then it's working on the geographic information systems. Bottom line, the simplest answer here is one map that has everything on it that we're doing in this space in the county. We're building a GIS hub with the support of the surveyor. We are in this county becoming the repository, if you will, for data related to fuels, fire prevention, other activities in this space. Long-term, we'll have an online portal where folks can, similar to .net, but more refined for wildfire prevention, preparedness, and fuels projects that the public can see and interact with. So more coming there as we interact with. Next slide. So public outreach working group. And again, this is another area that we heard loud and clear. We're all doing our things, regardless of what agency or organization we're carrying out our missions. But what we found is that we're all doing it independently as we message what we're doing. So CAL FIRE, as part of the advisory committee, has agreed to lead the section of the group that's going to be coordinating the outreach and messaging. And so we just met again yesterday to have some conversation about how that might look. But the idea is that we don't just forward out our partners Facebook messages, but we actually help craft the messages together. So when we're working on projects of fuel breaks and home hardening in and around Placerville, that we craft the message together so the public sees us working hand in hand and coordinate. And again, the more we can do to help our community understand and simplify the work that we're doing, the more effective we're going to be and the more information we can share. So again, excited to see where this is going in the coming year. And then lastly, on this page is the CAL FIRE Fire Hazard Severity Zone Mapping Update. This has been, of course, a very restricted process, or scripted process, I should say, from the Office of Administrative Law. There's really no process for the county other than providing comments to engage in holding public meetings. That's all being managed at the state to meet the requirements of the Office of Administrative Law. But what we have done as part of the working group is met with CAL FIRE and the whole team multiple times. We've provided a web page attached to the Office of Wildfire Preparedness that puts all the information in one place. It talks about the information behind the mapping update and where folks can make comment, what the background information is, why do we have this process, and even willing to take comments. We have an email address where folks can send it directly to the Office of Wildfire Preparedness if they have questions. And this was done as a team effort. Again, it's a very scripted process. We're limited in what we can do, but at the end of the day, the more information that we can share to our community about the process and get it out in a coordinated way. Again, the group is working very hard to help facilitate that with our partners at CAL FIRE. And then moving on, our priorities for this coming year. utilizing, really, this is not about the Office of Wildfire Preparedness building a large staffing component. This is really about utilizing the expertise of the advisory committee and what they bring to the table in various program capacities. Like I said, we've talked about the fire prevention officers leading the defensible space. We have CAL FIRE leading the public outreach. We are really dividing the labor and using the force of all these different agencies and organizations to help staff out what we're doing. We really are working hard to finalize a wildfire protection strategy this year. It's in the strategic plan for the county. It's really part and parcel to governing how we're going to manage and cooperate and coordinate all of these planning efforts and projects on the ground, and really our roadmap for the coming year in this county and the future. And then again, how we integrate the hazard and risk, how we set priorities, and how we do that together. So all of that will be worked on in the strategy this year. We talked about finalizing defensible space program updates. Ron's team in the working group and the greater committee will continue to work on that and bring those updates back to the board. The CWMP grant, that's going to hopefully will be approved in the coming months, and that will be all hands on deck as we spool up that grant and implementing that on the ground. And then the other just various working group activities that I mentioned. We're working on the data hub, we're working on defensible space, and we're working on communications, all things to support the advisory committee this coming year. And then our regional efforts. So we are partnering with counties and organizations outside of El Dorado County to bring funding, to bring coordination, and not doing what we're doing here in a vacuum. We want to make sure we are paying close attention to where things are trending in the state, where things are trending nationally, and most importantly, where things are trending in our region around El Dorado County. And that includes engaging with SACOG, engaging with SOFAR, and the other groups that are bringing funding and technical support and policy in this space. And then lastly, it's the Office of Wildfire Preparedness program itself. Next slide, Kim. Thank you. And it's just where we're working this year. The office is going to continue to stay under the management within the Chief Administrator's office underneath the Deputy CAO, Sue Henneke. And within that, we're working to hire a principal management analyst full-time position to essentially run the program under Sue's executive leadership. We're looking for an extension of the fire safe coordinator position, a position that is funded through a fire safe council grant to El Dorado County in partnership with our County Fire Safe Council and the Resource Conservation District. We're hoping that gets extended for another year. And then just monitoring what our additional staffing needs will be as we ramp up to support the grant. We recognize there will be some opportunity and need there to scale up and then ultimately scale back down based on the need and the funding when that comes. So with that, what I'd like to do before we turn it to the board for questions, I would like to give any of the advisory committee members an opportunity to step up briefly to see if they want to add any comments.
Thank you, Ken. Good morning, welcome.
Morning. I'm Scott Rogers. I'm the deputy, my name is Scott Rogers. I'm the district ranger for the Placerville district on the El Dorado National Forest. That's largely the footprint of the Caldor fire, for those of you who are not familiar with the administrative units of the El Dorado National Forest. That's my day job. Jeff Marsley, our forest supervisor, left in October. Since then, I've been asked to serve as the acting forest supervisor until we fill that position permanently, which should happen sometime in February. As you can imagine, wearing a couple different hats, a couple different jobs, I've got a lot of different places to be today, and I just wanted to let you all know that there's no place I would rather be than right here, putting my support and putting the El Dorado support behind this office. I've been attending the majority of these meetings for the El Dorado since its conception, and it's been fantastic. And I really wanted to commend you all for your forward-thinking nature on how to better coordinate the efforts of wildfire prevention and resiliency within the county of El Dorado, within the county of El Dorado. I think the important part that Ken has mentioned a couple of times, I just want to reiterate from the Forest Service perspective is the unfortunate reality on the wildfires that we're seeing right now is random acts of fire mitigation, fuel breaks of 1,000 acres, fuel breaks of a couple hundred acres, just do not do enough to mitigate the scope and scale of what we're seeing. We need to be more strategic and coordinate in our efforts across all the different jurisdictions of fire management, fire response, and ownership. The El Dorado National Forest is doing the best we can internally within our different districts to do that, working with our partners. And this office here is really a key component of being able to have those conversations with all the different stakeholders. And so it's been an excellent experience so far. I look forward to the next few years during my tenure here. An example real quick too, for you all, just your awareness, another way that this board was forward leaning was around the ordinance about defensible space. As a federal land agency, we are not beholden to the county ordinances. And that's a real challenge when people call my office and say, hey, we're neighbors to the national forest. We want to do our part. You all need to do your part. And those are phone calls that I take. I know they're phone calls that you all take, and that's not a great place to be. And it doesn't make me happy when I have to respond that we're working through our planning process. And we haven't been in a great position to sort of respond to that very clearly. With this office, we've been able to have communications and conversations around what that ordinance might look like in the future, what it has looked like. And we're incorporating that into the Caldor restoration planning that we've kicked off in earnest this past December. So we expect some version of the ordinance language to be included in that, so that in the future, when people call me and say, hey, I'd like to do this work, we can have a different conversation. And I truly don't think that'd be possible without this office here. So again, thank you for your thoughtfulness in establishing it. And we look forward to working with it in the future.
Thank you, Scott. Good morning, Mark.
Good morning. Mark Egbert. I'm the district manager for the El Dorado and the Georgetown Divide Resource Conservation Districts. And I've been doing this job for over 20 years, and we've been involved with community wildfire, sort of strategies, individual forest management plans for a long time. And we realized that while those have been good, they've been really kind of a small scale, feel good, level of endeavors. The investment in pre-fire management has been so lacking. And the concept of land management is something that's been sort of pushed to the side a little bit. We've had watershed, management strategies. We've had different collaboratives and a lot of different initiatives. And they've been really good and they've had a lot of successes. But as the state continues to burn and as we continue to lose communities, the expectation of the communities, not just individual landowners, is gone so high that they're expecting a lot out of us, a lot more. And what the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resiliency stands for us is a critical element of leadership and the coordination of strategic priorities and the function of the board and the office itself. We, as an RCD, depend on that coordination of strategic priorities so that we can align our resources, align our efforts, and to actually put tangible projects on the ground across jurisdictional boundaries that actually have long-lasting results. Forest management, land management is, the outcomes are so far beyond just wildfire protection. It integrates with hydrological productivity, the ecological productivity, recreational productivity, all the aspects that are important to every member of the community in El Dorado County and beyond. So being a part of this, I would say the RCD is totally committed to it and that we will fulfill our role as we are asked for, and we depend on the leadership that you guys are providing and what the office is providing. So just wanted to say thank you and that we are committed to this endeavor.
Thank you, Mark.
So with that, I think we'll turn it to the board for questions.
Oh, thank you so much for being with us this morning. This has just been really helpful to understand where we've been and see the opportunities before us. And I am just so proud of this county. I think after the Caldor fire and then the mosquito fire, we realized we could say, okay, that's done. We're now in the recovery phase and hope it doesn't happen again, or just wait for the next one. But this board and our CAO's office and our staff, made a different decision. And we said, we're gonna tackle this monster and we're gonna do it differently. And I am so proud of us. Wouldn't be possible without all of you and your expertise. This board realized that we aren't the experts. We realized we needed to provide the leadership and the opportunity and the funds to get it done, the investment, but you all needed to inform the process. And so I have just tremendous gratitude for our CAO's office that coordinated the working group per the board's direction, and what you all have accomplished has exceeded my expectations. And what's on the horizon for our county is just really exciting. And the fact that we are one of 5 counties in the state of California, El Dorado County is, and I had the opportunity to speak with the state marshal from CAL FIRE, and he said El Dorado County is a leader in this type of effort across our state. And just really grateful to each and every one of you. So it's exciting. So with that, I will take board comments, and I apologize, I didn't see buttons, so I'll just start with I'll start with D4. We'll work our way back.
Thank you, Chair.
You bet.
I'm gonna say something that some people are not gonna appreciate, but you know me, I'm keeping it real. And I've said this to staff, so you guys won't be caught off guard. But I need to say these things publicly too, so people hear it. I'm glad that this effort's going and that we're doing a lot of stuff. That's awesome. But I've got to say, when this was announced that the first project, and this is a big project, started at 13 million, now we're up to 25 million. It's very comprehensive, home hardening, you name it. But it isn't, in my mind, and I know this is why we asked for experts, where we thought the next fire was going to be. After Caldor, everything I read said it was going to be probably up in Georgetown on the Divide, the next fire. Oh, and guess what it was? And thank God it wasn't as bad as the Caldor. But I'm just concerned how it got to be where it is and I understand home-to-home ignition. Trust me, they actually had that up in Volcanoeville, believe it or not. So it's just concerning that, you know, on most of the meetings that I go to, because, you know, we're on a lot of committees and commissions and outside of just our county responsibilities, we always talk about the WUI. The big concern is the WUI. That's where most of the fires get started out there, and then they come and take out communities. So I'm just concerned, and I want to make sure that everybody understands that, yes, great effort. This is important work, but I have a feeling that the residents are kind of going to scratch their heads and say, why did you start there? So when this gets really going, we might need to have that prepared. Because honestly, that's not where I would have anticipated starting based on everything we read after the Caldor. So, but thank you for the update. I appreciate that Supervisor Thomas and I don't remember why, were invited to a kind of a working group effort. I think that was related to this office, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, because again, we're on so many committees, they're a blur. But I appreciated that you, at that particular meeting, asked for our inputs and thoughts, and we're not afraid to share, and we did, and you guys were very responsive. So thank you for everything you're doing, but there's never going to be enough money to do everything we need. So that's all I have. Thank you.
Supervisor Turnbull.
My concerns is the issue, you know, like the Caldor fire. And let's talk about the trestle project, for example. That trestle project should have been done by 2021 and it wasn't. It started in 2014 and then it started, but it never got completed and nothing was done for years. The problem is the Forest Service has these projects, just like the Vulcan project that happened in Volcanoeville, same thing, wiped out part of a community. These projects need to be completed. And it's this board's rights, especially El Dorado County, to put pressure on the Forest Service to make sure these projects get done. I know everything stems to the lack of funds. You always hear this all the time. But when you're talking about communities that are completely devastated because of lack of maintenance, is not a good thing. And I'm sorry, because this should have never happened. And I feel that if that trestle project was done properly and was completed, we probably didn't lose Grizzly. We wouldn't have lost Grizzly Flat. There's a bill submitted that's by McClintock, HR 6903, and it's going to be submitted here now since we've taken back the House. The Republicans have, and that bill is going to go move forward, especially suppressing these fires within 24 hours. We used to have the 10:30 a.m. policy that by 10:30 a.m. the next day, that fire needs to be suppressed, but it hasn't happened. The problem is we used to put fires out. I have a map that dates back to 1915 to current, and we've had the last three big fires. They had the King Fire, we've had the fire in Mosquito Fire, and the Caldor fires, the largest fires that we've had in El Dorado County in the history. Back then, the fires used to be suppressed and put out right away. You can see all the different small fires that was on this map that I have, and I'd be glad to give it to you so you guys could look at it. The problem is back then when we had logging and all the stuff that was going on in the county, a lot of the people that worked at the mills, they went out and put these fires out. We don't have that anymore like we used to have. So we need to, and here's kind of funny, the trestle project's now completed. Since the fire went through, now that trestle project is completed and it's done. Isn't it amazing that it takes that? So I would like to see the board here to put pressure on the Forest Service when they have these projects to make sure they get completed, especially when it comes to these communities that can be impacted by wildfire. That's all I have to say right now.
All right, Supervisor Heidel.
I think I'd like to start by echoing Supervisor Thomas's comments relative to our appreciation for all the great work that's been done, and particularly for Ken. Without somebody who has the knowledge of general fire services throughout the state to bring this group, a collective of people with all of this experience together and work together with a lot of opinions out there, that's an incredible feat, but I think you've succeeded. I know your successor hopefully will have the same ability, because trying to organize people with this kind of a massive undertaking is just difficult to do. So my hat's off to you for all the wonderful work you've been able to do to bring that together. There's probably a few people in our community that could do that, but so I wanted to express my appreciation. There's a couple of things that I wanted to kind of reinforce a little bit. We talked about the data hub and the work that's going on there. And I know we've had recent experience with our emergency operations center relative to how we announce flooding situations and roadway closures and all those things. So even though it's kind of a dichotomy to talk about floods on one side and fire prevention on the other side, I think we've gone through a significant learning curve in terms of how you can present graphics, how they can be very, very informative, very visible. And I'm hoping we can extend that into our wildfire preparedness work, so that people have access to information where they can quickly look and see, hey, there's a fire that started here. Here's the way it's moving. Here's how fast it's moving. Here's the notification or warnings for evacuations, everything in one spot. And I know we have notification systems, but I have found personally that they're a little inadequate in terms of really getting an understanding of what's happening. And primarily that, where's the fire going to go next? So if you follow the fire aspects of things between morning hours and evening hours and the change in flows of wind currents and all those things, you get a better understanding of where that fire might move. And I tracked it pretty closely with mosquitoes. So I'm hoping that we can use the knowledge from our EOC experience with flooding and extend that into the hub that would be expanded for this particular purpose. So I'm confident that will happen. The second thing that occurs to me is Scott talked about the ordinance and those kinds of things. And I know we've talked about an update to our vegetation management ordinance at the county level. And I'm hoping we're putting ideas into that will strengthen the ability for the county to enforce that vegetation management theme. I know it's been difficult, and I know we've had a lot of challenges in certain places, but I got to believe that everything we've been able to accomplish there is helpful from some standpoint of reducing the risk, our fire risk. And so if there's things that we can do to update the ordinance, I think the board clearly wants to hear those before we get too far into the next fire season. Having turned the calendar, we're already approaching the next fire season is the way I look at it. So it's time to get ahead of it now. If we're going to do an ordinance update, let's get it out there in the February, March timeframe, hopefully, so that people have a chance to respond to that and do the appropriate mitigation on their properties if that's what it comes down to. And then lastly is the insurance issue. And that reigns major throughout the county because there's a lot of us who've had notice of cancellation of our insurance policies. And we know what the state has done relative to CAL FIRE's effort to look at that risk map. And I think what the net result of some of those things will be is there's going to be ever increasing costs of insurance. And I think somehow we need to make sure that our insurance commissioner understands the fact that the effort of this group will substantially reduce that risk over time. It's going to take a while, but we're doing things above and beyond what a fire safe council would do at the county level or anything else. And somehow, along with FireWise communities, that needs to be recognized by the insurance companies. Because I think the more protective measures we put in place, the lower rates our residents should be responsible for paying in terms of insurance, as opposed to other counties who may not be doing anything. So I'm hopeful there's something there that ultimately the taxpayers, the property owners, can see a benefit in terms of reduction over time of their insurance rates. So those are my thoughts.
Wouldn't that be nice?
Yeah, it would.
Absolutely. And actually, I have a follow-up question to that Supervisor Heidel. So Ken, I don't know if you're probably the best person to answer this. Supervisor Heidel and I had an opportunity to attend the wildfire severity zone map public hearing that CAL FIRE did a couple weeks ago.
Yes.
And it was the first hearing in the state of California, which was kind of interesting. They were getting their feet wet on that. It was an interesting meeting. But anyway, with these wildfire severity zone maps, which I understand are very prescribed, my concern is that those maps are showing base hazard, base risk in terms of topography, wind, weather conditions. It doesn't take into account the built environment. And I understand they have their reasons for doing that. And my question at that hearing, and I'd like to see if you see if there's any opportunity, which would probably take a legislative change, or at least how do we do this? How could we get the state and CAL FIRE to recognize our efforts in managing the built environment? So as we move forward to, with these mitigation projects, these home hardening, these pilot projects that we're testing to see if they can be effective in managing and mitigating wildfire risk. But how could those be married to the wildfires severity zone maps? Because I can only imagine, and I'm certainly not an expert at this, but if you were to look at a wildfire severity zone map in a county that has been expanded, so shows much of El Dorado County in the highest zone, and you don't take into account all of these other investments in managing the built environment, that gives you a very different perspective as to the actual risk and hazard of that area. So do you see any opportunities there?
The short answer is yes. I think there's a lot of opportunity in this space for us to articulate what we've been doing. The challenge, and it goes back to the question, the whole reason the state designates fire hazard severity zones is to do just that, is to provide land use planning officials, governing bodies with the hazard information with which to make land use planning decisions. It's not designed for the insurance companies to carry insurance. It's the same information. Trust me, the insurance industry is doing their own analysis and coming to the same conclusions about the hazard that's out there. But at the end of the day, these maps were designed to provide all of us with no different than flood maps, inundation zones, and no different than seismic hazards. It's to say you have a hazard in your community. Now, how do you build, how do you design infrastructure? How do you put treatments in place to mitigate the risk associated with that hazard? And then what we have to do is, as we put those in place, then we have to articulate how we feel we've modified fire behavior, how we've changed evacuation processes. All the things that we've done with ingress and egress, water supplies, all of those are designed to be influenced by these maps. Now, over time, they're not going to change the maps based on the risk, but we can influence the impact of those maps, because ultimately we need to be advocating with the insurance industry that we have made these changes and we can show that we've influenced fire behavior and increase the ability to protect our communities. That's where we really need to focus. So we're taking the hazard that's been identified, we're putting in real measures in place to reduce the risk. Now we're going to the insurance industry and saying, now you need to react to what we've done. And yes, we need to absolutely be advocating, not only as ourselves in El Dorado County, but working with our partners at CSAC, RCRC, and others. CAL FIRE has built an entire office, the Office of Wildfire Mitigation. They presented to you at the workshop. It's literally designed to help us find that path to make these mitigations.
Great. That's a great answer. And I see great opportunity in this GIS mapping that you're going to do. I think that's exactly what we need. So we can tell our story and advocate for our county, like you said, with the insurance companies or any other entity that makes decisions that affect our residents. So, and I guess my ask to you as we move forward is, also help, our board know where we need to help you in terms of advocating for, whether it's with the insurance, commission or CAL FIRE or anyone else, help us know what kind of advocacy efforts we can be helpful into.
Absolutely.
So, because we're definitely partners of this. So great.
Can I piggyback on that? One of the things we found is with our GIS, we have a great ability to put overlays in. If we thought about taking the severity maps and stuff and then do an overlay in terms of where mitigation has happened, where we think effective mitigation has happened, then over time, people would see that area is growing. El Dorado County is really responding to the needs and we're accomplishing things. Because I think it doesn't change the state's vision, but it allows us to communicate to our constituents, to the residents, that we are doing things and things are getting better over time, as opposed to the woe is me, is it us next, right? So.
Yep, and we in fact have done just that. We're waiting to get the data layers for the new hazard designations, but the old designations from 2007 are already in the county's database, and we're already overlaying our projects on that. It's just a matter of bringing in the dune data and then how we display it to our community members and how we use that and how we have an interactive tool so that folks can really understand, you know, what it's doing. But yes, that's exactly what we're doing.
Can't imagine how complex that is.
Very.
Good luck.
Thank you.
Glad you're doing it. Wonderful. Supervisor Lane, anything?
Well, just quickly, I mean, this is probably one of the most significant topics that we could possibly talk about. So thank you for bringing it forward to us. And thank you, Ms. Henneke, for inviting me in early on back in December and giving me kind of a rough outline. So I was able to comprehend a little bit more of what you're doing. Congratulations to the 4 supervisors and our immediate past Supervisor Novosel for having the foresight to put this together. It's fantastic. Not only the foresight, but putting your money where your mouth is. So this is incredibly important. The basin has learned a long time ago that until we band together as agencies in order to increase our scale and our pace, we were never going to be able to keep up. And what you're essentially doing here is what the basin has been practicing for a while. I'm very glad to see that the Tahoe Fire and Fuels team is part of your advisory group. They are an example of various agencies coming together as well. Appropriately so, though, the basin is a little bit left out of this conversation, and appropriately so, because we are handling a lot of the basin's needs up at the basin. What I would like to ask is perhaps there be an opportunity for our Tahoe team to come down and present to you what we're doing up there, because it's significant. And I guess I'll just leave it at that. But again, just want to give you a lot of kudos for what you're doing. This is a very proactive, robust, but it feels like nimble committee that you've put together that does need to shift and react. I do want to say to Mr. Rangers that there is significant work that the Forest Service has done up in the basin, specifically at the base of Echo Summit. And although we weren't successful at saving a lot of the cabins up at the top of Echo, the work that the Forest Service did, the thinning program down at the base, probably saved us. So it's to Mr. Turnboo's point, it's why it's so important that we continue to put pressure on the Forest Service to continue to do that good work, because when you do it, it does work. So I want to thank you for the efforts to date. We understand you're a big organization and you don't move quickly, but we also understand that we need to start moving better than we have in the past, and really appreciate your participation in that group, and just didn't want you to feel too beat up. So thank you to all of you. Great work.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane. All right, at this point, I think we're ready for public comment. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 26. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Good afternoon, or good morning, Chris.
Good morning, everybody. Great discussion. And I agree, it's probably the most important one, maybe not this time of year, but that we know when the seriousness of the issue pops up and usually takes us by surprise. I was here in the board chambers when we had the approval of the vegetation management ordinance. I remember the discussion the board had and how important it was at the time. Some people said, hey, this isn't enough. And we said, well, let's start with this because we have nothing and then go from there based on our experience. Here we are today. That was a true statement. Should have been taken as a true statement. Then certainly we know by this presentation, we are now embedded in what's next. You have an authority as the board of directors of the county to be able to dictate, not dictate, but let's just say from a discretionary perspective, make some changes if you feel that there are focus points that need to be dealt with. I'm a big believer in community output and community comments. Community is out there waiting to see what we have in place, typically when there is an emergency. And as I've said before, the ombudsman for the planning and building department, of which we utilize in terms of building permits and planning, I can see an ombudsman for this work. Somebody that is identified to be that phone call away, either through voicemail or through direct contact, to be able to say, hey, this is where you need to go. This is kind of the way to orchestrate your trying to get the response that you're looking for. Because I'm out there talking to people and they get confused. The bigger something gets, the more difficult it is for them to keep up with what's changing. And I believe somebody who has that ability to be that intermediary, that person to connect on a day-to-day basis is extremely important. So I just want to say I appreciate all the work of the group. There's much more we could say, but I'm going to leave it with my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else? All right.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I'll go fast because I have a lot to say. So prior to the King Fire, there was a group of us that came and tried to give a resolution to the Board of Supervisors. Thankfully, none of that was you. You weren't there at that time, but it was ignored. You know, it's basically having a better relationship with the Forest Service and kind of requiring some things to get those areas cleaned up. In the meantime, that group continued to lobby with the county, with the organizations, trying to keep different areas from overgrowing into areas that are not suitable for that type of growth in these more rural areas. And then Lori and I actually participated in SOFAR, which is not the water SOFAR, it's the forest SOFAR. And, you know, we brought complaints to that organization, or we actually were not complaining, we were just kind of begging that they consider some of these issues. And what I found through that process of beating the, you know, annoying everybody and asking questions, and I think I've talked to most of you that are sitting in the audience, you know, what is the really core problem? And it really came down to not having a local mill logging company in our county anymore. And to provide that, it needed to have anybody that wanted to come here would need a guarantee from the Forest Service that they would supply wood for a certain amount of years. And I was disheartened when I asked that question of the Forest Service ranger at the time, right after the Caldor fire, if they would consider that. And he stood up and said, no, we won't do that. So until we get over that hurdle first, you have to have a sustainable means to continue to keep these forests clean. And that's one of them. One of the big, you know, these are grant funds, that's great, but you have to have a continuing plan to continue with this. And my other angst that I've asked over and over, there's several times that there's a cluster of an area where they get attacked with the bark beetle. So you have a whole community that's just ravished. But according to the county plan, you have to be a senior, you get one tree. You know, if they can be more hazard specific in some of these things. And then it looks like there's two different grants and they both appear to be going to the Weber Creek drainage. And I would also curious as to why that is. And if you could clarify the concern about the severity maps, are you concerned because those are limiting us in development? Or if I wasn't really clear on what you were asking Supervisor Thomas. And then lastly, my other big issue is that you should not be putting 4 dwelling units by right in these severity areas with 4-foot setbacks. That's something that the county had an opportunity to amend and did not. So I ask that you go back and look at that.
Thank you, Sue. Thank you for your comments. I will clarify definitely.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, wonderful. Well, with that, thank you, Sue, for asking that question. No, my concern and my question in regards to the wildfire severity zone maps was that they weren't telling a complete picture of how our county is managing the built environment in terms of insurance mainly. I think I know all of us are incredibly concerned about the exorbitant rates that our residents are paying and even the lack of coverage. So wanted to make sure that as we do make these investments in our county and help secure it from a resiliency, make it a more resilient county, that we get credit on the larger scale for those efforts. So it wasn't to encourage development, it was to help our residents with insurance issues, primarily, which are really, really challenging. CAO, do you have anything to add, comments?
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's been touched on. I just want to say it in my words as well. The only way this works is with the participation of all the different agencies that are out there in the audience right now. The only 2 people here that I think have to be here are me and Sue, because you pay our salaries. Ken's retired. He can probably go live on his ranch and not do any of this. Everyone else is paying for this out of their budgets. And they're doing so because they believe in it. There are going to be policy decisions that we make or that you make. There's going to be policy decisions that people way above everyone's pay grade there makes that we don't like, and sometimes, we've talked about the Forest Service a lot. Scott, we need you here. Yeah. We need your voice in this. There's politics going on and decisions that are made at the federal level. That's not you. We want you part of this team. So I just want to make sure, and same thing with Mark, Ron, Tim, all of you. We need you part of this team because it won't be successful. Because I'll tell you what, I don't have the expertise. Sue's getting it, but I don't think she's there yet. And so we need all of you. So thank you for your help and your support.
Well said. Just really grateful for your presentation today and your efforts. It's making a meaningful difference in our county, and I'm really proud of your efforts and look forward to our community really understanding the impact of your work, because that's going to make a meaningful difference in El Dorado County. So thank you for being with us today. And this is just a receive and file. There's no board action. So thank you again for being with us. All right. And so with that, we have number 27, Kim.
Item number 27 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board review the membership of the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Ad Hoc Committee and appoint Supervisors Parlin and Thomas to serve on the committee for 2023.
Good morning again, Sue Henneke, Chief Administrative Office. As you're aware, the board has several ad hoc committees, and we normally, as the CAO's office, don't make a recommendation as to the specific membership of those committees. But with regard to the Fire and Emergency Medical Services Committee, we are making a specific recommendation because we have a couple of projects coming up that could potentially involve some fire district annexation, consolidation, reorganizations. One of those is really has been in process for quite a while. That's the Meeks Bay and North Tahoe up on the East Slope side, and they've been functionally consolidated for quite some time. So we're hoping that one will go fairly smoothly, but there will be several points to discuss. The bigger one that affects more residents within the county itself would be potentially Diamond Springs and El Dorado County Fire. And so for that reason, we're recommending that the two supervisor districts who are most affected by that potential reorganization be appointed to the committee. And so that would be Supervisors Thomas and Parlin.
I very much look forward to serving on that ad hoc if the board desires. So any questions or comments on this board item?
No.
I'll just make a quick one. I fully support that. In the past, we talked about the possibility of an El Dorado Hills fire annexation with rescue. That's all gone away. So I think this is the right thing to do, shift around the participation, representation from the board, depending upon where we see possible consolidations happening in the near term. So yeah, exactly the right thing to do.
Thank you. And I am very encouraged that El Dorado County and the Diamond Fire Protection District are coming to the table to lead the conversation and to lead the charge on this really critical issue for El Dorado County. So I commend both of you and look forward to being a part of that process if the board approves.
Yeah, and I was just gonna say thank you for that consideration. I appreciate it. These are big deals and really important. So kudos for taking this on, Chief.
Well, and Madam Chair, I just want to mention, I completely support this as well for the reasons that the CAO's office has identified. I think it's very critical. I do have some concerns about what is happening up what we would call on the west slope of the basin. And that is the Meeks Bay and North Lake Tahoe one. There are some issues there that probably need higher level consideration. And I would love to pass that on to, I think I'll pass them on to you as the chair. And then if that could be something you could carry forward to the subcommittee, that would be great.
We'll take a look at that.
Great.
Thank you. All right, I think we're ready for public comment. Kim?
Now taking public comment on item number 27. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. Having lived in Diamond Springs for 45 years, having seen all the changes that have occurred there since I first moved in, and realizing that Diamond Springs has its share of seniors in terms of even organized places for seniors to live, as well as the ones who are independent and trying to live with their families. Call outs for ambulance service are pretty much a day-to-day type of arrangement, meaning I know I had an accident over by Walmart and they called out the fire protection district and they responded with their ambulance. And the lady that I hit, she had to be taken to the hospital. Totaled my car, eventually found that out. But the point is, it's a practical situation of providing services on a day-to-day basis. And you want to provide those services to the highest degree possible within the funding constraints that we always have. I also know that Diamond Springs, El Dorado has a long-standing history as a fire protection district. So I just want, Chair, for you to be sensitive of some of the feelings that people may have to any consolidation idea. But when I saw the picture of the ambulance on the Mountain Democrat, I thought, oh my God, that's so great. Because when we lost it, it was pretty bad situation. So keep up the good work, try to get us the services that we need, but also make it feel like it's part of the community, not a broader county responsibility. Thank you.
Point well taken. Thank you, Chris. Anyone else in board chambers? All right.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from Sue.
I just want to say I support the appointment and good luck with the working all that out. And I ditto what Chris Payne said. And then I had someone tag me that they tried to comment on the last item, Tara McCann. So if our clerk could kind of check and see if she's out there, that's just a FYI. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue. Appreciate it.
She never raised her hand, Tara McCann.
All right, thank you. Is that it?
And I do not see her as an attendee either.
All right. Well, I'll bring this back to the board for action. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that we approve this program.
Second.
Go ahead.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. And look forward to working with Supervisor Parlin and our fire districts to serve our community to the highest degree possible. Really looking forward to the work ahead. Thank you both. All right. So with that, we are rocking and rolling this morning, and we will circle back around to consent item number 37, since we are done with our department matters for the morning.
Item number 37 comes from the Department of Transportation, recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a resolution approving the retroactive closure of the Rubicon Trail from the Airport's Flats campground to the county line beginning Friday, February 30th, 2022 for 60 days or until weather conditions improve and any other necessary repairs are completed, and to authorize the Director of Transportation to close additional roads as needed during the 2022 storms local emergency as declared by the board.
Good morning again, Madam Chair. So the responsibility of the Department of Transportation is to ensure the safe usage of the motoring public within the county's right of way. The other responsibility for the Department of Transportation is to make sure that the county's largest assets, which is the thousands of miles of roadway, are properly being maintained. Sometimes in order to provide that safe passage, as well as making sure that our infrastructure is not being damaged, we have to close roads. Now, sometimes we close the roads due to maintenance purposes. Sometimes we close the roads for CIP, for the access for utilities to get in there. Sometimes it's an emergency. And such one instance is due to an emergency. And so it's up to the department as the professionals in maintaining and providing that safety to make that determination. And so at this point, I think I'm going to hand it over to Dan Kickert, which is one of the panelists in our Zoom meeting here. He is a senior engineer up in the Emerald Bay area. He is the most knowledgeable and well-versed in the Rubicon and its history, and what we use as the matrix, the barometers to close off the data that we receive to close off that roadway, and then the background behind that as well. And then furthermore, our authority in why we close off that road. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Dan Kickert. Kim, if you could, he should be on there.
I can find him. He was made a panelist. Asking him to unmute.
Okay.
I'm unmuted.
Right.
Morning, Dan.
Good morning, Madam Chair and Board of Supervisors. Welcome Supervisor Lane as well. My name is Dan Kickert. I'm a senior civil engineer for El Dorado County. Been with the county for over 20 years, up in the Tahoe engineering office. I think just through attrition, I've got the most, I guess, senior experience on the engineering side. With respect to the Rubicon Trail, I wanted to provide just a little bit of history in terms of where we're at relative to how we've initiated closures in the past. As part of the 2009 cleanup and abatement order, county and the Forest Service had to meet a number of requirements for that cleanup and abatement order, and that included the development of a saturated soils water quality protection plan, required the completion of ongoing maintenance activities on the trail, which included trail improvements, education and outreach, a bridge over Ellis Creek, among other items, development of a long-term management plan, And also the requirement to obtain an easement from the Forest Service to memorialize the historic and pre-existing public use and to clarify the location and center line of the Rubicon Trail in the El Dorado County's limits. And the right-of-way for the trail was established originally under the revised statute 2477, which was for existing public highways or public roads that went across federal lands. But with respect to that, in 2012, Board of Supervisors accepted an easement from the Forest Service. And the easement essentially was comprised of easement language and 3 exhibits. Exhibit A was a legal description of the trail itself. Exhibit B was bearing and distance information for the centerline alignment of the trail. And then Exhibit C provided stipulations that identified the need for a saturated soil management strategy to address motor vehicle use during the wet season for the Rubicon Trail. It also provided a mechanism for the county to initiate a temporary closure of the trail by the county when saturated conditions were met. In 2013, the board adopted a resolution which authorized the Director of Transportation to close Wentworth Springs Road in the vicinity of the Rubicon Trail. And the stipulations of that resolution specified or actually referenced the cleanup and abatement order, which it's important to note was rescinded in 2014 because the county had met its requirements under the cleanup and abatement order. But it also referenced the easement, which is still in effect with the Forest Service. So in 2013, El Dorado County and the Forest Service developed a monitoring protocol as to when the Rubicon Trail would be inspected and when a determination would be made for it to be closed. And this protocol was established in 2013. It was revised again in 2014 and revised again in 2017. Those revisions are available on the parks website. That's full disclosure in terms of what that protocol is. Since we've had this monitoring protocol in place, the trail has been closed twice due to conditions that met our requirements per the protocol. And it was closed once in 2017 due to a forecast of an atmospheric river event. All these closures were temporary. I think it's kind of important to stipulate that. The monitoring plan itself, or the protocol, allows for county inspections to occur to determine when conditions are warranted for the closure. And broadly speaking, it's when saturated soil conditions exist, when there's opportunity for erosion to occur through vehicle use, or when there's opportunities for contaminants and the like to be washed off of vehicles through use of the trail. When the county, when inspection staff go up there to do their inspections, it's predominantly done by the Parks Department. So Parks will go ahead and send folks up there to do the inspections. They come back and report to DOT, let us know the conditions they've seen. We have a conversation, put together a report, and we submit that report to the Forest Service, to El Dorado Forest Service for their review and concurrence as to whether or not a closure is necessary to go ahead and do. When we started this process in 2012, we did 16 field visits. And what we started to realize that it was starting to put some of the staff in potentially into harm's way with the number of field visits that we were doing. And so that's kind of what necessitated the need to go ahead and kind of reform the monitoring protocol over time. All that being said, with the current monitoring protocol that we have in place, we do have a stipulation within the protocol that where we state that if conditions are marginal for initiating a temporary closure and remote monitoring of the weather indicates a trend towards meeting conditions for closure, the county reserves the right to initiate a trail closure without additional field monitoring. And the reason why we do that is so that if we've got an atmospheric river event that is forecast, we don't necessarily send staff up to put them in harm's way to make that determination. We can use that based on engineering judgment, based on what we're getting through the NOAA forecast, and based on the information that we're receiving from OES in terms of the conditions that are out there. At the same time, we also have another stipulations for methods for lifting the closure, which states that if conditions are marginal for lifting the closure and remote monitoring of the weather indicates a trend towards meeting conditions for lifting, then the county reserves the right to lift the closure without additional monitoring. So in this case, the reason why we initiated this closure on the 30th was that an atmospheric river event was forecast. I think at Loon Lake, they received 4 inches of precip on the 30th and 4 inches on the 31st, if I'm correct. And subsequently thereafter, we had additional atmospheric river events that were forecast to hit the region a few days thereafter. So in our judgment, we didn't feel it was prudent to go ahead and send staff out to go ahead and do an inspection to see if it made sense to go ahead and lift that temporary closure. Our intent has been that once the atmospheric river events stop, or there's not a concern from NOAA in terms of potential impacts to the trail, that parks would go out there, do another field inspection, and then at that time, we could go ahead and make an assessment to lift the closure relative to that.
Thank you so much, Dan. Really appreciate that very thorough response. D5 has his button pushed. Oh, I'm sorry.
Outside.
I'm looking down. Supervisor Lane, I will get this down.
Well, we moved on you.
I know. It makes it all.
All just looked at each other.
It's like, what?
Who is it?
Supervisor Lane.
Thank you. Mr. Kicker, are you aware of the letter that was written, public comment by the Rubicon Trail Foundation?
Yes, yes, I am.
Okay. Cool. I'm going to ask you just a couple questions about some issues that they raised, if that's okay. Is this
Yeah.
an appropriate time to do that?
Oh.
Perfect time to do
Okay.
that.
All right. Perfect. So just to start off, is the Rubicon Trail part of the road inventory for El Dorado County?
It's through Wentworth Springs. It's part of the county maintained mileage system. So airport flats up to Wentworth Springs, and then it's identified as right of way, but it's not part of the county maintained mileage system beyond Wentworth Springs.
Okay. And about the fourth paragraph down, they talk about Exhibit C that you brought up just a moment ago, that county council specifically advised the supervisors when they passed the resolution to close road segments leading to the trail. And if you look at Exhibit C, it specifically says, or if you look at the resolution, excuse me, it specifically says in the now therefore section that the Director of Transportation is authorized to order the temporary closure of Ice House Road and Wentworth Springs Road within the vicinity of the Rubicon Trail. But to my knowledge, it doesn't specifically give authority to close the Rubicon Trail. Can you help me with that?
Yeah, I can. I think if you go to Exhibit C itself, there's language within Exhibit C that says when these conditions are going to be met. I'll take the fourth paragraph down where it states, if monitoring demonstrates saturated soil conditions exist and water is flowing on the trail at an amount capable of rinsing contaminants from vehicle components and capable of transporting sediment generated from mechanical tire action on the road within specific locations, then the county will close the Rubicon Trail to public motorized vehicle use.
Okay, that's great. Thank you for pointing that out. I appreciate that. Also, it should be noted that we received public comment from one of the largest Jeep organizations, and they gave a full 100% support of the county's decision on December 30th. So I just wanted to note those for the record, and thank you for your time.
You bet.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane. All right. District 4, Supervisor Parlin.
Yeah, this is a touchy subject always, and there's always a lot of point of views when we do anything with the Rubicon, quite honestly. Dan, did I hear you right? You said you've only had to do this twice now because of storms and things. Is that what you said?
We've done it twice relative to the conditions being met.
Sure.
And the
Okay.
conditions being met in terms of water level, we set up a criteria in terms of when water levels meet a certain threshold on the trail. And just to clarify, the reason why we did that is that Exhibit C provides kind of a qualitative metric, but it doesn't provide a quantitative metric. And so we really wanted to make sure that we had some sort of method that we could look at that, you know, we could report on to say, yeah, okay, this is what we've measured. And that way it became a little bit more black and white relative to that. I think the one part though with our initiation of this closure is because we had the statement relative to if we think the conditions are marginal for initiating that temporary closure, that's kind of a judgment call. And that's one that we initiated on our end.
Sure, I get that. And then you referenced this protocol,
Mhm.
right? That's not in our documents anywhere, right? We have not seen those. Did we?
That's correct. I don't believe the protocols, well, I don't believe that protocol was brought forward to the board.
Okay, so I feel like I'm flying a little blind here, to be honest with you, because the protocol was created in 2013, updated in 2014, I think you said, and then again in 2017, correct?
That's correct.
So, and that's the protocol that's being used for the closure, and yet I haven't seen it, so I apologize. I did not realize, I was gathering documents like crazy, you guys. I'm going back to 2013 to look up all these resolutions from the past, and I missed that. So, but I think in my mind, when we're talking about, safety of the public, of taking care of this really special asset for the community and the county, and we don't take it lightly. This isn't ever done lightly, especially when you say it's only been done twice under these protocols. I support what staff's trying to do to protect, everybody's health and safety, and the Rubicon itself. So I don't have a problem with the retro resolution, because when there's an emergency, we don't have time to convene the board to do a resolution to say that we did this. We have to rely on the judgment out in the field. But what I'm wondering too is, in addition to this resolution here before us today, is if we could come up with a resolution to help us in the future, so that we don't have to do a retro so much as just say, if we're following the protocols, we're going to rely on the judgment of our staff, since this happens once in a, hopefully we won't have any more of these horrific storms either. But if there's a state of emergency for flooding and water and all of that stuff, it seems like we shouldn't have to do a retro, and we should be forward thinking on a resolution perhaps. So I know I have some county council here that I've talked about this, and I was wondering, Janice, if you could help me perhaps formulate what kind of a resolution that might look like, and if we could give direction to the board to have you bring something back like that, or what are your thoughts?
Good morning, members of the board. Janice San Pedro, Assistant County Counsel. Yes, you could certainly direct staff to return to the board with a broader delegation of the authority to the Department of Transportation, with the authority or the ability to provide for temporary closures of roads, public roads, right of ways, county highways in the event of, like these kinds of emergency, so that they don't necessarily have to come back to the board every time that they need to make a quick closure that may or may not necessarily be under the monitoring protocol. I do want to point out that the resolution before you also references the fact that we have a proclaimed local emergency that gives the board broader powers beyond just meeting the monitoring levels or protocol for the Rubicon Trail. In fact, the second part of this resolution talks about the other public roads that are not part of the county maintained highway, such as ZOB roads, that the DOT director is asking for the delegation of authority to also continue closure or have that discretion to close during this proclaimed emergency.
Okay. So just throwing it out there for the board, that maybe that's something that we might want to ask staff to bring back to us, so that we don't have to do these retro things, but have coverage so that, and it's only when there's an emergency. I mean, this went from the county, state, Senate, and I heard that the President Biden declared several counties in the state of California an emergency. So this is big. And it's only under those kind of circumstances. And then, of course, in the ordinance or the new resolution, it would say temporary, get it open as soon as, it can be determined that it's safe to do so. That's where I'm headed with this. So if you have other thoughts or along those lines.
I think your wording is correct, because even in the item before us, it says, for 60 days or until weather conditions improve and any necessary repairs are completed. So the intent is to get it, fixed and up and running as quickly as possible.
Okay.
All right. Are we ready for public comment? Are there any further board comments or questions?
I'll comment later.
All right, sounds good. We're ready for public comment, Kim.
Now taking public comment on item number 37. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Come on down. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is John Arends. I'm representing Rubicon Trail Foundation today. Morning, Dan. It's good to see you.
Good to see you, John.
So your recollection is mostly correct, and I'm going to make a couple corrections, but I think that there's some missing information here. So when I say mostly correct, the trail has been closed according to the pre-existing protocol, the protocol that exists, not this closure, 4 times in 2014, once in 2015, and once in 2017. So 6 times total. Just to correct the record. You talked a little bit about Exhibit C. And I have a copy of Exhibit C here in front of me. And Exhibit C, your comments about Exhibit C are accurate, except Exhibit C is part of the NEPA process for the easement for the Rubicon Trail. It's not El Dorado County law. El Dorado County law that governs these closures is, excuse me, Resolution 015-2013 that Ms. Lane referred to. The closures should be temporary closures of Ice House Road and Whitmore Springs Road within the vicinity of the Rubicon Trail, not the trail itself. The document that says close the trail itself is not law. All right, so let's talk about public safety. The Parks Department last week said that they had to bring more bathrooms into Henningsen Lotus Park so that the spectators of the river cresting its banks in HLP would have a place to go to the bathroom. But the river's crest against banks at HLP, and we don't close that park to hundreds of people, but we do close the Rubicon, though there's really nobody there. Are we going to close snowshoeing, skiing, running a chainsaw, target shooting? This is an erosion of our rights. The environmental discussion. As Mr. Kickert noted, there's already a process in place for El Dorado County to close. The approach is, I believe I have 5 minutes as a representative of a group.
3 minutes on all public comments.
Okay.
Sorry, John.
So the environmental discussion, there's already a process in place. It's 05-2013, but we don't need a new resolution. There's also a lot of technical stuff wrong with this resolution. Specifically, the maps show the trailhead incorrectly. The maps show the trail incorrectly.
Thank you, John. Appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Chris.
Chris Payne, Diamond Springs. I wouldn't have commented, except that I wanted to add a few things that John didn't get a chance to talk about. First of all, the Rubicon Trail is located in the California High Sierras, due west of Lake Tahoe, approximately 80 miles east of Sacramento and 35 miles east of Placerville. The Rubicon Trail Foundation is a federally recognized nonprofit organization dedicated to the future health of the Rubicon Trail. Essentially, it's made up of roadways and what we call 4x4 trails. But in order to get to the trail portion, you have to have the road because there is no other alternative. So as we discuss it, and John was trying to just make sure that the record spoke correctly, we dealt with let me just say, I was on the Parks and Rec Commission with John, and we had a tour of the trail. And it was the first time I'd ever saw as much as I did, but there are some privately held properties along that area. So I just want to make sure it's a fair discussion, that DOT actually has a chance to explain what they're trying to do. And then hopefully, hopefully you as a board can make this clearer. That is the road portion and then the trail portion. Would you please? Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Anyone else in board chambers? Yeah, come on down.
Name is Rich Klein. I'd like to establish what are the safety issues with the trail being open during this time
We'll,
from county.
We'll take public comments and then we'll get answers to all of
Okay.
that.
That's my biggest concern is, what is considered safety and do we need more warning signs, more warning labels in life? The other thing is the trail is a big impact for a lot of people and a lot of businesses in this community. I just want to keep that in mind. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And we will get answers to that after public comment. Is there anyone else in board chambers? All right.
Seeing no additional public comment in the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from John Mook. Can you please unmute yourself?
Kim, I believe this is Tara McCann, using another name. She did want to comment, which the chair is aware of. So I believe that's why she may not be able to connect right now. I don't
She
know.
was commenting on a different item.
Yes,
which
different
I will,
item,
I will
different item.
reconnect with her.
Yeah.
She's still muted on her end though.
Okay,
So I don't know if you want me to go on to the next person.
let's go into the next person. Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Now taking public comment from Tyler L.
All right, thank you, Board of Supervisors and Chair. My name is Tyler Larson. I represent the users and NorCal 4x4 Rescue. NorCal 4x4 Rescue is a community asset, scalable, which is really its specialness to the community of over 27,000 potential volunteers. To put that in perspective, that's bigger than Placerville, Camino, and Pollock Pines population combined. Last year during the Snowmageddon, we were able to put and dispatch teams of people to help deliver supplies, do welfare checks, create vehicle tracks in neighborhoods in Pollock Pines, Camino, Georgetown, Kybers, and a lot of the out there communities off of Highway 80 and Highway 20. During a couple weeks ago, we also successfully recovered and extracted 8 vehicles and 11 people from the Wentworth Springs area. Most importantly, without any resource damage at all. That is a huge priority for us in what we do. And the main reason why we get to be able to do this is because of the world-renowned recreation opportunities that we have available to us in El Dorado County, not just in summer, but also in the wintertime. And it is because of these recreational opportunities that we can offer this scalable community service. The users do a lot to maintain the trail. I personally oversee the adopted trail section of the Wentworth Springs Intertie. We spend roughly, me and my club spend about 150 to 200 volunteer hours per year on just that section to maintain the BMPs, rock fills, and the overall water runoff mitigation tools on the trail. Rumor has it that the county employees have possibly been into the trail to check on those water mitigation tools slightly before the closure originally took effect, this recent closure. And found that all the water mitigation tools were working as intended. If you want to know more about it, I suggest you ask county employees about that. While it doesn't make sense to force staff to go out in the storms, which I agree with Dan on, there are people and those of us who live for situations like that. And if resource damage mitigation tools that we personally work on and millions of county dollars have been spent on in order to keep the trail running sustainably, if they're all working as intended to mitigate damage on the trail during inclement weather systems, then closing the special asset of El Dorado County only leads to a precedence that takes away opportunities from those of us who use this type of recreation to be able to give back to our communities in scalable uses. If emergency response resources were light or stretched thin, the users would understand. As far as we've been informed, EDSO has not said that that was the case. If the DOT recommendation was to mitigate damages when the drainage BMPs and rock fills are working as intended, and there is currently 3 to 4 feet of snow on the trail, I don't see how the argument for closure stands. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Tyler, and thank you for your efforts.
Just a suggestion for the individual that was having difficulty trying to access the meeting, not being able to unmute. I might suggest that you call in the numbers 530-621-7603. The meeting ID number is 873-07-24-5522. And you should be able to raise your hand that way also. Now taking public comment from Ken Hauer.
Okay, can you hear me okay?
Sure can, Ken. Thank you.
Excellent. First of all, my name is Ken Hauer, and I am the current president of the Rubicon Trail Foundation. And I first want to thank all of the Board of Supervisors that pulled this from the consent calendar so that this could be discussed properly. And I really, really, really appreciate it. So I want to make sure that's well known to you all. As a president of the Rubicon Trail Foundation, I am in a unique situation is that at the time of the easement creation in 2012, I was a public individual appellant. So I am one of the 8 appellants that agreed upon the 3 conditions that Dan mentioned that all must be met. Ed Knapp, who was county counsel, he specifically wrote the item 0152013. He specifically wrote that because he wanted to maintain and preserve El Dorado County's right that they have asserted for the RS 2477 portion of the trail. That is exactly why that document is worded as it is, that says the vicinity of the trail, because Ed was well aware that the county could lose their RS 2477 rights by physically closing the trail. Yes, if the monitoring conditions exist, they were to close the trail, and I'm using air quotes that you can't see. And that's where 015213 comes into play for you to be able to close the approaches on Ice House Road, obviously aside for property owners that may have cabins in various parts that they can go through for their rights. But as far as closing the trail, it's air quotes. We're closing the approaches to the trail for those monitoring issues that were to during the December 1st through June 1st was the dates for winter closure when those conditions are met. And all 3 of those conditions must be met. And now it's my understanding that the assessments that were done by the county in December 16th and 28th were found that all of the BMPs that Tyler mentioned, that he's one of the volunteers for Adopt a Trail that take care of those, that they were all working as designed. Now, if new Sheriff Jeff Lykoff, I see the 30 seconds. If Jeff Lykoff said, hey, we need to close that trail because I'm short-staffed, I get it. I am 100% in favor of it. So what I'm really asking is that the county Board of Supervisors, Lori specifically, work together with the Rubicon Trail Foundation, and let's work together to make sure that anything that we decide to do falls within the law, preserves your RS 2477 rights, and gets accomplished what we want to get accomplished, not the current resolution.
Thank you, Ken.
Now taking public comment from Amy Grant. Oops. Looks like she dropped off, but she's dropped off. Now taking public comment from Sue.
She's back on.
Hi, Sue Taylor. I would just add that when John came down to speak, when you have someone that has the knowledge and the, the background, that you give them more time. I know you have the purview to do that. And there are some people that have more information than someone like me on those topics. So I would have liked to have heard the rest of his information. But So those were my thoughts. I remember everybody going through this back in 2012 and the battles that they had and how they made sure that those roads would remain open for the public. And I was going to say, I think there was a reason that it was meant for this item to be brought to the board. So it's just not done in the back room. And I would, I think you do need to collaborate with these folks that are, especially the foundation, when you do decide to close these things, because they are so in tune to those areas. If you disregard these organizations and lose their support, they're the ones that are actually taking care of these areas. So I would just encourage you to, maybe this doesn't even need to be closed right now. And I guess one of my questions was, when you are closing the road, can you still get into the Airport Flats campground, or are you closing it prior to the campground? I think that was my one question, but I would think I'm rather that you didn't close the road. So thank you.
Thank you, Sue.
Now taking public comment from Amy Grant.
Hello, Amy.
Thank you, Board of Supervisors. Previously, the unmute button didn't come up on my screen. My name is Amy Granite. I am a consultant with the California Off-Road Vehicle Association, or CORVA. I work as managing director, also the president of Access for All, and on the board of directors of Tread Lightly. Many of you should be familiar with Tread Lightly and the messages for motorized travel, safety, and stewardship are foremost in the importance to Tread Lightly. And as a board member, I take those very seriously. I was also an appellant back in the day, and in the room when I believe Jack Sweeney locked the door on all of us so we can come to an agreement. The difference then between then and now, and what you're hearing from people, is this closure is being rightly seen as arbitrary and it does not conform with the previously agreed upon criteria. But even in addition to that, they didn't involve the public. And you can see how much all of us love the trail. You can hear it in our voices if you can't actually see us. But what they didn't do is reach out to the public. The communications have been very poor. The criteria are met on the trail. So are there additional circumstances in a state of emergency which could be valid, but were not communicated to the public? So what we're seeing is sort of a failure of communicating with the public when the Department of Transportation, county officials will know of the amount of volunteerism, which is incredible, and the incredible asset that is the Rubicon Trail. Why didn't they reach out to the public? Why did they reach out to the volunteers on the trail? I'm sorry, this is how the easement developed, is through the work of the volunteers, and yet they were not consulted. There's a problem with that, and hopefully we can learn from this experience and we can move on, and that can be corrected. So what I'm asking the board to do is involve the public, involve Rubicon Trail Foundation and the rest of the people, everyone that you've heard of today and more, who are out there who really care about the conditions. At the same time, we have to acknowledge the adverse weather conditions and find a way to work together and through that, because we don't want people to be harmed. We do need additional signage. We do need people to understand the greater responsibility that they have for traveling on the trail. But we also need to recognize if there are 4 feet of snow on the ground, I have a lot of snowmobile friends that would really enjoy access to that trail and want to get on the trail. The trail sees snowshoeing, it sees snowmobilers. Yep. Why are we closing access to them if there's snow on the trail? So those are part of my questions, please. I look forward to helping solve the issues.
Thank you, Amy. We will get answers.
Now taking public comment from Tom.
Good morning, everybody. My name's Tom Allgaier. I am in a little bit different, unique perspective on what's going on up there, as I am a property owner of one of the cabins that uses the closed road to access my cabin. It's in Murray Camp, which is off of 14907, 14906 area. My concern is during these heavy snowfall events, which there is currently a heavy snowfall event happening up there, is that with the closure of the road, I am not allowed to get up to my cabin to remove snow from roofs. We have several buildings up there, and if I can't get there, these cabins have been in my family, were built by my great-great-grandparents back in the 30s, and I don't want them to be destroyed by snow load. And this is a huge snow season right now. And yes, I am a 365 a year trail user up there. I am an ex-director of the Rubicon Trail Foundation, but I'm a property owner that wants to maintain my property. And without doing it illegally, I need to be able to access the property. And I'm sure I'm not the only property owner up there. There are many people up there that are in the same boat I am. And if there's snow on the trail, again, why are we closing it? So, and if I can donate any extra time to John Arns, hey, I'm done. Thanks.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
All right, thank you all for weighing in on this, and we're bringing it back for we'll get some answers to your questions.
Well,
and
I
bring it back for
just
board
want to note
deliberation.
that Tara McCann says she's been waiting. She's on standby. And I'm not seeing her phone number there at all. So I don't know what the problem is on connectivity, but there's definitely a problem. So
Kim did encourage her to call in. Kim gave her the phone number.
right. And she says she's on standby on the call and I don't get it. So
She can call the clerk's office and ask, what's that phone number, Kim, to get assistance? What's
That number.
no, I don't call it either.
Yeah, if she calls,
Because the clerks can help her
That's a good
with a
idea.
technical issue.
yeah.
it says she
Well,
called the clerk.
she's been talking to Kira, she's been talking to Cindy. So she's been talking to someone, unfortunately, it's on.
She's
her
having- okay,
end, and I
very
don't-
good.
I don't know
Okay.
how to.
All right. We've done our best. I just want to make sure we weren't ignoring her and she knew.
And I
that,
can
so.
reach out to her after the meeting to hear any of her concerns or
And
questions.
she
yes.
was coming under the name of John Mook. She kept raising her hand and lowering her hand several times. I think those of you that.
Yes, I saw
can
that.
see it. So, and I don't, if they lower their hand, I don't.
Yeah.
Great. All right.
Yes, Board of Supervisors, once again, Rafael Martinez, Director of Transportation. Before I hand it over to Dan Kicker to go over the engineering aspects to answer John Ken's and the other residents' questions and concerns, or Janet for the legal aspect of it, I just wanted to state, reiterate my opening comment, and that is the fact that our primary responsibility is to provide safety of the usage of our infrastructure, our roadways, as well as making sure that our infrastructure is properly being maintained. We've had to close several roads during these storms: Volcanoville, Sweeney, Lotus, as of recently last night, Newtown. And from the perception of the a person who might not be aware of what is underneath, for example, in Volcanoville, it looked like as if the roadway was in perfect condition, but what you didn't see is the undermining of the road. Similar aspects pertain to other roads differently than what is at first glance. And when it comes to the Rubicon Trail, I know for a fact that in my 5.5 years that I've been here, I've only had to authorize that closure due to an atmospheric condition twice. Now, if there have been other reasonings in working with the Parks Department, then for maintenance purposes, then there might have been other aspects for the closing of the trail. But I want to say that we don't take this lightly. I do understand that this is the gem of the county, and that if we're going to do it, we're looking at all variables in regards to this. And yes, we definitely want to open it as soon as possible, just as Volcanoville, just as Sweeney, just as Lotus Road. We want to do whatever we can, either legally or engineering wise, to get this open, because we want people to access their homes. We want people to access these wonderful gems that are in our county. But we got to make sure that if we're doing it, that we're not putting people into jeopardy's way, and or that the infrastructure itself is not going to be jeopardized. And that is our professional assessment. So that I just wanted to make sure that once again, I wanted to reiterate that we do not take it lightly. So with that said, I'm going to hand it over to Dan. Dan, if you can, some aspects of questions that Ken and John brought up, if you can address those, and then we can go over there and then hand it over. Or if, Madam Chair, I'm sorry, I apologize. If you want to have the board speak first, however you'd like.
So let's get some of the public questions answered. The questions that I noted are primarily, what are the safety concerns? Let's articulate, what are we trying to mitigate, and clarify road versus easement. And then did we communicate with the volunteers on how to mitigate the extreme conditions on the trail?
And that is a good point. And Dan, I apologize before I hand that off to you. I do want to take ownership in that sense, that moving forward, I am going to be working with the Parks Department a little bit more collaboratively so that we can get that wording out well ahead of time, start the communication process. And I think that might have been from lessons learned from this experience, an area where I can improve, where the parks and I can improve to collaborate to get that message out so that, everyone is aware of what's going on and what we're doing and why we're doing it. So by all means.
I think it wasn't just a matter of communicating what was going on, but working with the various groups to
exactly.
Because they have a deep knowledge of the trail. And like they say, we all recognize the passion and
definitely
the regard for the trail as well. But that's
definitely
not to be taken lightly.
Yes. So Dan, I'll hand it over to you to answer some of the other questions that were brought up.
Okay, do my best on that. Let's see. One thing to stress, I guess, from the Exhibit C standpoint for purposes of closure, it's really been a water quality driven, not so much a safety driven point. And so it's with impacts to water quality that we look to go ahead and potentially close that. There was reference to the extraction that occurred at Wentworth Springs and subsequent site visits. I know the county went out there to do an assessment of any potential resource damage after the Wentworth Springs extraction. And my understanding is that a group of users had gone out to Wentworth Springs and got stuck in a pending storm and then had to be extracted. And I don't believe OES was involved in that. I know the county was concerned about potential resource damage to Wentworth Springs Road. My understanding, a plow was used to remove snow and potentially any debris on the roadway. From a Tahoe perspective, it gets a little bit concerning for any kind of removal activity that occurs that's not done by DOT staff, because up here we do a lot of snow staking and things to identify to make sure that there's no inadvertent damage. I think at that time the assessment was done. No damage was identified, but with the intent of going back in the spring to make sure that there's not something that's covered by snow. The other point about a site visit that occurred on the 28th, that's correct. It did occur, per our protocol. We put together a report and sent that over to the Forest Service. We have not received concurrence yet from the Forest Service. Per the 28 report, it did not meet the conditions for the closure. But again, we went ahead and erred on the side of caution relative to the pending atmospheric river that was forecast to occur. When staff was out there, there were areas of the trail that were exposed. There were areas that were covered with snow. And I want to make sure I'm kind of explicit on this relative to Exhibit C. Our intent is not to close it with snow cover. That's never been the intent of the Exhibit C. It's really just to go ahead and if there's going to be impacts relative to saturated soil conditions and relative to water quality impacts. So in Tahoe, the amount of rain that fell was substantial on New Year's Eve. There was a lot of areas that flooded. And as we all know or are aware of, rain on snow can cause some pretty damaging potential effects. So the closure was initiated in that at that time. Let me see. Apologize, trying to get through on the questions.
I think the safety concerns, that was a primary question as to, why exactly did we feel that that this closure was warranted. So-
Yeah, I think going back, just touching on that too, with respect to like the Wentworth Springs extraction, I know that with the snow that was removed, there's some areas that, then had more exposure to ponding of water and the potential effects from Gurley Creek. So again, from just a safety standpoint, I think we wanted to err on the side of caution before we could get our park staff out there to investigate after the atmospheric river event that had initiated, at the end of 2022.
Thank you, Dan. At this point, I think we'll move on to board questions. So stand by. So with that, I will start with District 1. Supervisor Hydall.
Yeah, so in following up in the conversation, my question is, do we have specific criteria for the public safety closure? Is there 1, 2, 3, 4 criteria that we say, we meet all those boxes, we've got to close it now, so the public clearly knows this is an emergency type situation. It's not government overreach, but we have our reasons, and they're really strong and firm reasons. And then likewise, is there provisions for when we would lift the closure based upon A, B, C, D criteria? Because I think we need to get more precise in terms of, is this just a judgment call, or are there specific situations that we're responding to?
Yes, we do. And Dan, I think that was what you were trying to explain earlier on in your conversation.
Correct. I mean, with the monitoring protocol, that was essentially initiating when it could be lifted, or when it could be closed, and when it could be lifted. And then when conditions were closed, as to when it could be closed and when it could be lifted, based on county's determination.
So we are consistent with the application of that. If we had another trail system like this, because we seem to be focusing on the Rubicon, we've got an awful lot of mountainous areas in El Dorado County that probably have the same kinds of situations, and people accessing it on snowmobiles and snowshoes and snow skis and any other means. Why would we single out this area and not deal with the whole county with that same criteria?
Well, this one has much different parameters in terms of its usage and its needs than any other county road that we have. So
Okay.
that, and so then, yeah, we can't just, it definitely isn't similar to any of the roads that we have in the Grizzly Flats areas and compared to El Dorado Hills. The structural section of it, the roadway width, the parameters, and this one is on a completely different planet. That's why we had to develop specific parameters in regards to the water quality as well as flows that is going through the Rubicon, because of its impacts that it could have not only on the infrastructure, well, the roadway, the trail itself, or the usage of it with the combination of the excessive flows. So that's why we had to create these parameters. Now, I think Supervisor Parlin mentioned it. I don't know if we've actually communicated those in a public setting. And Dan, you might need to help me with that, because maybe that's what we have to do in order to get the public a little bit more understanding as to what is the metrics for when we do these closures. I don't know if we've done that, and I apologize. I don't have the history for that. Dan, have we had that before?
We've had interaction with RTF. John was involved, in the development of the protocol. It's like we work with this stuff together to come up with on that. And so I think, it's a county and Forest Service decision relative to development of it. But I'd like to say it wasn't done in a vacuum, because I think the biggest concern was really trying to set precedent. And that, I think there's just concern that there'll be a precedent for the trail being closed for long terms, or access is going to be restricted. And so, that's why there was so much back and forth relative, and even with these updates that occurred to the protocol for that.
But did we then communicate that at a board setting so that it was actually codified out in the public, or was it just at a town hall meeting?
I don't know that it was brought before the board.
Okay.
For the protocol.
And maybe I might need to do that and bring it back to the board.
Could I just
Yes,
add to that, is that exactly, because in my mind, it would have been nice if those protocols had been added to this agenda item so that we could have all seen them.
Yep.
Because I wasn't made aware of them until today. Which is where I wanted to go again with this, is that, let me back up one bit though.
Please go ahead.
On the resolution, the 015-2013, that's referenced quite a bit. I thought I heard, and maybe I missed the now therefore part that distinctly references the Water Quality Control Board region and, and the cleanup and all that abatement order, did I hear it correctly that because the abatement order was fulfilled in 2014, there is no longer an abatement order, and therefore this resolution is kind of hollow then? Is that what I heard?
Dan?
That would be a question for
County
council on
council.
that, Supervisor Parlin. I guess where therefore be it resolved, it does mention when conditions exist that warrant such a closure to comply with the cleanup and abatement order, which I stated had since been lifted. But then it also states, and to be in conformance with the easement granted by the U.S. Forest Service for the Rubicon Trail, document 201200400283. So I think it's where it was in place for the cleanup and abatement, but my understanding is it's still in place relative to the easement with the Forest Service.
According to the protocol. So
Janice, do you have something? Looks like she's wanting to weigh in.
Yes,
I want her to.
I would
Yes.
add to that it's not necessarily that the prior resolution is now hollowed. It's just that that particular provision that references the cleanup and abatement order is no longer applicable. So the U.S. Forest Service easement for a public right of way and the conditions attached to that easement are still in place.
Okay.
And I believe what staff is conveying is as part of that easement, it includes the monitoring protocol for the saturated soil management strategy. But I think what Raphael is saying, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that that monitoring protocol has since been refined or revised over time, and that the current monitoring protocol may not be as publicly known or available.
Yeah.
Okay. And so in my mind, again, I think this kind of lends itself to the fact that I think we should direct staff to come back with an updated resolution, that doesn't reference the old whatever and actually references the protocols and puts everything in a tight place we can find everything. Because right now I feel like all these documents are scattered and it was a little confusing, and I don't want to have to do retros anymore. I think that we should be able to come to a consensus with everybody about clearly it's an extreme weather situation. We're going to close it temporarily, get it open as fast as we can, put it in a new resolution and package it. I know we need to approve what we have before us today because that's our current process, but I think then I'd like to direct staff to come back with an updated
Clarify,
resolution.
to
Yeah.
tighten and to.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Okay.
Agree.
Anything else, Supervisor Parlin?
Not yet.
And not yet. All right. Supervisor Turnbull.
I've been on the Rubicon several times, especially when I was younger and stuff. And I remember going on midnight runs and I have never had any issues, and now all of a sudden it's becoming a big issue, especially in the environmental impact, stuff that it can create. But it just to me that and John would hit it on the head. I mean, there's a lot of other roads. Let's take North-South Road and some of these other issues and stuff are Caps Crossing and some of the other stuff that's still accessed. So why are we closing just the Rubicon and not all any of these other roads? So that's my only concern. And my concern is if we close this road, even though we have a contract with the Forest Service, we have an easement to go through their property. And could the Forest Service come back on us and say, well, we closed it, but you can't open it again. So I think that's one of the big concerns that I have, because this has been a big asset for our county for years. You're talking about goes back to the 50s is when it was all started. And I'd hate to lose that because it's been a great thing, but you're talking about groups that come all over the world to access this trail. And I don't want to see us lose this. And I mean, if it comes with a temporary closure, is it possible that the Forest Service kept saying, well, you're not going to open it back up? And that's my concerns. And this resolution that we put together, make sure that does not happen. If it does, if we do these temporary closures. So that's what I'm worried about. I'm worried about that we might lose a beautiful thing, that we have in our county. So anyway, that's much I have to say.
All right. Thank you, Supervisor Trimmer. I'm going to go to Supervisor Lane and then we'll circle back around to you, Supervisor Parlin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have a legal question. Do you agree that Exhibit C is an exhibit that lives within a larger document, that being the NEPA document, and that it does not carry legal authority?
Well, in my opinion, the Exhibit C, okay, so a NEPA document is basically environmental review.
Correct.
Where you would assess the potential environmental impacts of a certain project. And based on those impacts, you would either put conditions to mitigate those impacts. So Exhibit C is a mitigation of those impacts. And Exhibit C has been incorporated as part of our current U.S. Forest Service easement. So it continues to be valid and effective. And in fact, if you look at Exhibit C, it even says in there that if the monitoring is not conducted, the county will close the trail to be consistent with the travel management seasonal closure, which I believe staff has, that's in reference to the U.S. Forest Service closures of the Forest Service areas during this wet season. No, I do not agree in the sense that Exhibit C only lives within the NEPA process. It continues to be valid because it's been incorporated as part of the U.S. Forest Service easement. And if I may just respond to Supervisor Turnbull's question on, the concern about temporary closure, would that then result in potentially abandoning our right-of-way or public road access over the Rubicon? And I think, to clarify, a temporary closure does not equate an abandonment of a public road. Under California law, there are specific procedures and process for a local jurisdiction to abandon a public road. And adoption of this resolution for a temporary closure does not meet the abandonment procedure requirements.
Thank you for that clarification, Janet.
And I just have two additional questions. I'm trying to, in my mind, put together how Exhibit C works with the resolution of the Board of Supervisors or not. I'm trying to understand that. So maybe I can put the two questions together into one and just say, how do you see that Exhibit C and the resolution, which clearly does not give authority to the Department of Transportation to close the Rubicon Trail. It gives authority to close trails that lead to the Rubicon Trail. How do we put that together with Exhibit C and make sense of this?
So that resolution that you're referring to is the 2013 resolution. The resolution before you today is asking the board for the retroactive approval of the closure of the Rubicon Trail, because I think, as we have seen, there are issues or concerns with the recent closure and whether that was in full compliance of the 2013 resolution. So let's separate the two together, right? Or let's separate the two resos. The 2013 resolution was one referred to the cleanup and abatement order that has now been rescinded, and specifically specified those sections of the roads leading to the Rubicon Trail. It doesn't say Rubicon Trail. The current resolution before you, for your consideration, addresses the Rubicon Trail except for the Ellis Tie, I think, segment portion.
I believe
of
so
it.
too, yes.
And this resolution before you also references the fact that there is now a proclaimed local emergency that gives the board much broader powers to take actions for the protection of life and property. So setting aside the environmental concerns and the mitigation monitoring plan and the soil saturated, water quality plan, there is this additional authority that's provided under state law, given that we have a proclaimed local emergency, giving the board a wider discretion to take action.
Thank you for that clarity. That's the piece that I was not putting together in this puzzle. So thank you for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lane. Supervisor Parlin.
Great. Thank you for that, because that's where I was headed is like, again, we're very concerned, and I think we're all on the same page here that we want this to be a temporary, quick closure and get it back open as soon as possible. So I feel that we're all in consensus on that. And then I just wanted to check and see, isn't the Mormon Immigrant Trail closed every year, like hard closed
Yes.
with gates and everything? We're not talking about that. We're not even talking, and I think maybe that's where your concern is. It's like, we're not talking about doing anything like that. Because we do want people to go up there and recreate and enjoy the snow. It's just, it's once in a blue moon when we have these horrific storms, we need to do this as a precaution to make sure that we're not putting anybody in harm's way. We're taking care of the trail itself. So again, I think that I would like to suggest that we direct staff to do a new resolution, because apparently our old resolution is just getting, yeah. And things need to be updated once in a while. So I think that everybody was on board with that. Is that correct? CAO, you're making a squishy face today at me, so.
I will only ask if you direct staff to return with that resolution, that you put a time frame on it.
Oh, is that it? That was the squishy face? Okay, I can handle that. What's reasonable?
I look to the transportation director.
Yeah, after the storm.
Yes, please.
Is that, and
I would say within the next 3 to 4 months.
Is that doable for everybody? Because
Working
hopefully we
with
won't
county
have another
council.
nasty storm.
Does that work? Okay.
Can I say something?
Sure. Actually, I have a question. Does Raphael, do you have clarity on what Supervisor Parlin is looking for?
Yes, I believe I do.
Of course, to be clarified in a motion, I would assume.
I hope. I'll try.
And also I think to add to that, the protocol and making sure that we communicate that message to the public as well. Because I think that was one of the key, from what I heard in listening to the public, was that, yeah, you know what, we did not get that messaging out sooner, better, more efficient. And I think that is definitely an area for us to improve in. Okay.
So Supervisor Parlin, are you, I haven't heard your motion yet, but are you considering also having the public weigh in on that process, or?
Yeah, I was going to say it needs to be collaborative.
I think that's really important. Yeah. Okay, great.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, great.
That's why we need the 3 to 4 months.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Wasn't sure where you were going with that. So
was that your concern?
That's my concern.
Yay,
Yeah,
look
that was
at
one
it.
of the big things. And,
Okay.
and especially, I don't even know why we even have to have a new resolution. Why can't we just go back to the old resolution we had in the first place? So.
This one, 2013?
Yeah, why do we have to add to it? Why do we have to add more?
It'll be replaced because some of this
Yeah.
is no longer,
it's
it's
irrelevant.
kind of, it doesn't apply
Okay,
anymore.
well.
And it doesn't reference the protocols that we're relying on.
Yeah.
So it'd be nice if the protocols that we're actually using are referenced in a new resolution, and we get rid of, we're not using the order anymore.
Well, I think the
Tighten it
public
up.
needs to be very much involved, and especially a lot of these, these Jeep groups, especially.
I agree.
We need their input from that.
Okay.
Very
I'm
much
going to make
so.
a brief comment on that, I appreciate the conversation here, and I also am a big believer in our recreational assets. I know we all are, and this is a gem. I don't believe, and El Dorado County doesn't want to be a nanny state. I don't think any of us are looking for that. I believe that we should have access to, the Forest Service and our public lands and private property. So fully stand behind that. And so I appreciate that what we're looking to is to clean up and to clarify, because sometimes when we don't do that, we bring old things forward that cause confusion. So to the extent that it's a collaborative process and it's to clean up and to really clarify, so there's no confusion for both the public and the board going forward, and staff, that I think that will be a helpful tool. So Supervisor Heidel, did you have one more?
No,
Okay.
we covered it.
So are we ready for a motion?
Sure, you want me to give it a stab?
I think so.
I'm going to recommend that we approve the item as recommended by staff, and in addition, direct staff to come back within, you usually say days, not months. How many days is that?
4 months would be the end of May. So how about
120.
say by May 30th. roughly.
come back by May 30th.
That's a little more than 4 months, but if you're going to engage Rubicon Trail Foundation, Jeepers Jamboree,
Right.
it's going to take a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Okay, with a resolution to replace resolution 015-2013, to replace it in a collaborative process and referencing the protocols that we're actually using. I think that's the big missing piece for a lot of us, is those protocols aren't referenced anywhere. So does that work enough? Is that enough direction, do you think, Janet? Because I know you're our legal eagle.
If Raphael understands it, then that is enough. But also the second part of that, the current resolution before you is closure, delegation of authority to DOT director for closure of other public roads besides the Rubicon Trail.
Yes.
In the case of emergency. So I wasn't sure if you're directing staff to just return back specific to the Rubicon Trail closure, or would you like a larger discussion?
You know what? I agree with Janet. Yes, I also need to have a discussion regarding closure of other roads in El Dorado County as well. Because it's as Supervisor Hyatt was saying, well, we have other roads, we close them when need be, but why is this one different? So we have to have a big discussion on not just the Rubicon Trail, but as well as other roads for emergency purposes, utility, development, maintenance, whatever the case may be. Have a discussion on that. And it might be just one big encompassing resolution, and maybe set the parameters in there regarding specifically the trail and how that one is dictated and the parameters of that.
Do you feel that's a smart way to do it, Janet? Is one big encompassing, including the Rubicon within it, or should it be set aside
two?
separate?
One for the Rubicon and then one for
I
El
feel
Dorado
like
County.
it should be separate.
It would be to your preference.
Does there, I'm getting the feel
But I'm
that-
hearing
I
it
agree with
separate.
Otherwise, you
Don-
never get closure if you're not.
Don wants to weigh in.
Exactly.
Try to make it broad enough to have staff return with the intent of your direction. If we
Right.
decide it's one resolution or two, I don't think
Okay.
we can decide that here today.
Okay,
But if the direction is for staff to return by the end of May with a resolution on closure of roads, including the Rubicon Trail.
and just give
For
them,
discussion.
and then give them that, make it that broad so that you
So,
guys can
there
figure
we
out the
go.
best way to, and you heard our conversation, so you know
Yeah.
where we're headed and our concerns, you heard the
Yes.
public's concerns, so. All right, so I'll change that and then recommend as approved, approve as recommended by staff on the agenda with the direction to come back by the end of May with resolutions or resolutions to address road closures in the county. Period, end of story.
Okay,
And
No, please.
and direct staff to reach out to
Oh, and
interested stakeholders on the Rubicon
very good.
Trail.
Yeah, I forgot that. I had said that the first time.
You did.
All right. And in a collaborative manner with all parties interested. How's that? Is that good enough?
On the Rubicon Trail.
Yeah, and there might be people actually interested in other road closures too, to be honest. So I think we better just leave it that also broad.
And let staff, give staff the flexibility to do
Yeah,
what is
so
necessary.
just all interested
The
parties.
intent.
Yeah, because our roads are a big deal.
Yeah.
They're our biggest asset, quite honestly.
Yeah.
And they get us to where we want to go. So, yeah, there we go. Is that broad enough? And you guys can figure out where you want to go within.
Yep.
Thanks, Raphael.
That works for me.
All right. Do I get a second on that?
And before we have a
Sure.
second, Supervisor Lane has a question.
Oh, you can get a second because my question would be for
yeah.
the motion, yeah.
Okay,
For discussion then, yeah, that'll work.
do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all right, Supervisor Lane?
Thank you. So if we support this new motion, gosh.
I know we're tired.
We're leaving what is in place for the remainder of the time until that resolution comes back before us, correct?
Correct.
Well, it can be lifted based upon the criteria we have for lifting the restriction.
Yes, that falls within his current authority, right?
yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. I just wanted clarity. Thank you.
And I want a clarification too. So we're going to go back to the old resolution, not adopting this new resolution until it comes back to us,
No.
correct?
No.
Or not correct?
No,
No.
the motion
All
is approving the staff, what's in the staff report here, the ratifying of the retroactive closure, as well as closing additional roads as needed during the 22 storms by local emergency, in addition to Supervisor Parlin's direction to come back with a new resolution that will take the place of this resolution
Mhm.
in a collaborative manner
Correct.
with stakeholders.
Yeah.
All right, so we have a.
But also to Supervisor Turnbow's point, because now I'm confused too, because I heard you say that he was incorrect in what he was thinking, but that's where I'm having a struggle also. I understand that we're approving item number 37, but that just is retroactively approving what he authorized. It still leaves in place the current resolution, the one from 2013.
2013,
Yes.
And it still leaves in place the conditions of Exhibit C. So we've changed nothing for the period of time and we still have winter well in front of us.
Yes.
So it changes nothing until that new resolution comes back.
Yes.
So 2013 is still in place.
Well, may I clarify though?
Yes, please.
So the current resolution before you retroactively approves the closure since December 30th and continues closure for up to 60 days or until such time as the necessary, assessment repairs and the trail is safe to traverse as determined by the Department of Transportation Director. So during this local proclaimed emergency. Now, once that has now been determined by DOT director to lift the closure, then, and we are no longer in this state of, proclaimed state of emergency due to the winter storms. Between that intervening time and May 30th, when staff returns back to you, the 2013 resolution continues to be in effect and in place.
Thank you, Janet. Appreciate that. All right.
Thank you.
So are we ready for a vote? Okay, all right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
No.
All right, 4-1 motion carries. All right.
All right. Thank you very much.
Raphael.
Appreciate it. Bart.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
And look forward to the process ahead. Yeah. All right, so with that. Okay. We are done with our morning session. We will come back at 1 o'clock for open forum, and then we have a 2 o'clock hearing.
Brett.
We also have,
Sorry, Brett, don't go away, please stay.
we also have an afternoon of closed session, so I assume that after, probably between open forum and our 2 o'clock, we'll get some closed sessions in. So with that, everyone have a good lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock. Oh, 1 o'clock, apologize.
Do you want to try to get a couple closed
Oh.
sessions in?
Sure, why don't we do
Right
that?
Are a couple of them
Why
quit?
don't we knock a few out?
Okay.
All right.
Sounds good. We will recess to closed session.
So I would ask that you announce the closed sessions that
Thank
that
you.
we'll be
Okay.
hearing and provide an opportunity for public comment.
Which ones do you recommend that we, so the two existing?
The comment.
Okay, we're gonna,
Right.
recess to closed session. So any comment on any items on the closed session?
And you can just read that statement right there
The board-
of what they've announced.
Okay, I've got this.
There you go.
Thank you. The board will now recess into closed session to hear the items 29 through 35 and item 39 as specified on the agenda. Anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time. Thank you, board.
Now taking public comment on closed session items. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record. Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Lyle Bennett Kovshawn. Thank you for taking my comment. I have expressed before my concerns about closed session. And in my understanding of open meeting laws, the overall thrust, bias, whichever word you want to use, is the public business should be conducted in public. Narrowly interpreting the open meeting exceptions is the preferred practice. And you also have latitude when making gray area calls to do things in public. You're not mandated to do it in closed session except in rare exceptions. I'm a little unclear, just mentioning my concern about inserting a closed session like you're doing now that wasn't clear in the agenda. A lot of my concerns, I hope, will be addressed in your good governance workshop. I wish to do a public shout out, if that's how young people say it, for your county council, who has been wonderful in listening and noting my concerns. As a constituent and a citizen, I feel so heard, and I think that's the most critical part. Specifically, the item concerning appointing an interim county CEO, I hope is very narrowly interpreted and doesn't go to some of the requirements and other items that were discussed, thankfully, at the last meeting in open session, because all of those things, except for the narrow decision about a specific person, is my particular interpretation of open meeting laws. But again, I commend your process, your staff, and look forward to the good governance workshop to figure some of this stuff out. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo. And, County Council, do you have any further comments regarding that?
Not at this time. Thank you.
And all the closed session items are on our agenda. So, all right, with that, we will recess at this point and be back for open forum. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. Well, it's 1 o'clock and welcome back, everyone. At this time, we are at the public forum time of our agendas. Time is your time to address the board. So Kim, would you like to set us up?
I'm sorry, was there any report out from?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Thanks, Kim. The board met and heard item number 32 in closed session. There's no action to report out.
Thank you very much. All right, Kim.
Okay, thank you. Now taking public comment on open forum. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
All right. Come on down. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Donata Moreland, and I am a resident of El Dorado Hills. And on behalf of the citizens of El Dorado County, we are here to pay tribute to the law enforcement officers who violently protected the Congress from a violent attack on January 6, 2021. Over the course of several hours, officers were assaulted in hand-to-hand combat, plus weapons, including bear spray, metal bars, clubs, and bats, even the American flag. One officer was beaten and tased directly underneath the Blue Lives Matter flag as the crowd chanted, "Kill him with his gun." The attackers wore helmets, armed vests, goggles, and respirators and communicated among themselves on secure radios. They carried handguns, knives, axe handles, hammers, and pitchforks. The crowd repeatedly called for the Vice President Pence and Speaker of the House Pelosi to be hung, and they built gallows and nooses outside the Capitol for inspiration. Every member of Congress and their staff were kept safe from harm by officers who bravely fulfilled their duty. The physical and emotional toll of their defense included over 140 officers who were injured by a mob, 15 hospitalized, and some injuries so severe that it ended the officers' careers. 5 officers died as a result of January 6, 4 by their own hand. Other officers continue to suffer from the events of that day. We ask you today to honor them all and to thank them for defending our republic and to remember the sacrifices of the fallen. Thank you.
Thank you.
On January 6, 2021, the U.S. Capitol and grounds were closed to the public. Inside the Capitol, Congress and Vice President of the United States convened in accordance with the U.S. Constitution to certify the results of the 2020 Electoral College vote, starting at 1 p.m. Outside the Capitol, United States Capitol Police officers guarded the building and the perimeter of a restricted area marked by prominent signs noting the area was closed. At approximately 12:50 p.m., a large group of Proud Boys gathered outside the entrance of the Capitol's Pennsylvania walkway, where the group's leader conferred with Ryan Samsel, a Pennsylvania parolee with a history of assault. Samsel then confronted officers, including Carolyn Edwards, who became the first officer to be injured on January 6th. Samsel's confrontation caused Edwards to be pushed into a stairway and become unconscious. As the crowd rushed past her to storm the Capitol, after regaining consciousness, Edwards regrouped with other officers on the Capitol's lower west terrace, approximately 450 feet away. Thus began the January 6, 2021 attack on the U.S. Capitol and hours of violent assaults against its guardians.
Thank you. We ask that you voluntarily identify yourself too prior to your comments. Thank you.
My name is Craig Stiles from Placerville. Capitol Police officers, assisted by reinforcements from Washington, D.C.'s Metropolitan Police Department, immediately formed a line across the Capitol's lower west terrace in order to keep the mob away from the Capitol entrances above them. Officer Edwards was on that line despite suffering a concussion from her earlier assault. She testified to a congressional committee investigating the attack. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that as a police officer, I would find myself in the middle of a battle. I'm not combat trained, and that day it was just hours of hand-to-hand combat, hours of dealing with things that were way beyond any a law officer has ever trained for. I remember that moment of stepping behind the line and seeing the absolute war zone that the West Front had become. At approximately 2:20 p.m., Officer Brian Sicknick was sprayed in the face by a powerful chemical. Edwards noticed Sicknick holding his head in his hands, ghostly pale. She testified, "My cop alarm bells went off because if you get sprayed with pepper spray, you're going to turn red. He turned just about as pale as this sheet of paper. And so I looked back to see what had hit him, what had happened. And that's when I got sprayed in the eyes as well." Officer Sicknick collapsed at the Capitol at around 10 p.m. and was taken to a local hospital. He suffered 2 strokes on January 7th and died that evening at 42 years of age. Officer Sicknick served in the New Jersey Air National Guard from 1997 to 2003 before joining the Capitol Police in 2008. He laid in honor at the Capitol Rotunda on February 2nd and 3rd, 2021, and was then laid to rest at Arlington National Cemetery. Officer Sicknick is survived by his partner, Sandra Garza, his parents, and 2 siblings.
Thank you.
Afternoon, Davine Fecto from El Dorado Hills. Ultimately, the officers on the Lower West Terrace would be outnumbered by approximately 60-1. Though their line was overwhelmed by unrelenting violence, they held the line long enough for Congress to be evacuated before regrouping to protect a vital Capitol entrance that they had held throughout the remainder of the attack. Sergeant Aquino Gonell was equipped with riot gear, including a helmet and a shield. Despite that protection, Gonell received injuries severe enough to end his 17-year career, and he medically retired in December of 2022. "We were savagely beaten and easily overpowered," Gonell has said. "It is like a medieval battleground. Over the course of the 5-hour struggle, my hands were bloodied from being smashed by a stolen police baton. My right foot and left shoulder were so damaged that I needed multiple surgeries to repair them. My head was hit with such force with a pipe that I no doubt would have sustained brain damage if not for my helmet. I have spent a 1.5 years in physical therapy for chronic pain that I have been told will never go away." Officer Gonell's family immigrated from the Dominican Republic when he was 12 years old. 7 years later, he joined the U.S. Army and served in Iraq before joining the Capitol Police Department in 2006. On January 6, 2021, Gonell was repeatedly called a traitor and hit with an American flag and pole during the mob's assaults. Gonell's retirement letter ended with, "Thank you for giving me the ability to serve my country all these years. I will always support and defend the United States and my fellow police officers as they stand between order and chaos." Thank you.
My name is Michael Picot. I'm a resident of Placerville. I'm also a Navy veteran.
Thank you for your service.
Officer Michael Fanone joined the Capitol Police Force at the age of 21 in the aftermath of the September 11th, 2001 attack on the World Trade Center. He then transferred to the Metropolitan Police Department as a narcotics and violent crimes officer for nearly 20 years. As an undercover officer, Fanone had not worn a uniform in over a decade and was not called to respond to the Capitol. Fanone told his partner, an Army veteran who served in Afghanistan, "We are going, suit up." They immediately went to the front line of an intense battle in a tunnel entrance to the lower Capitol, where Fanone led the effort to push the mob out of the tunnel. As the mob was repelled, Officer Fanone was grabbed around the neck and pulled into the violent crowd. His attacker yelled, "I got one," while dragging Fanone away from his fellow officers. Fanone was beaten and tasered multiple times in the neck. His attackers stole his badge, radio, ammunition, while others lunged for his gun and chanted, "Kill him with his own gun." All that occurred directly underneath a Blue Lives Matter flag. As Fanon was completely surrounded and at the mercy of a violent mob. Officer Fanon managed to yell, "I've got kids," as an urgent appeal to the crowd's humanity. A few of the mob helped him back to his partner, where Fanon collapsed and remained unconscious while being dragged to safety inside the Capitol. Officer Fanon suffered a heart attack, a concussion, post-traumatic stress disorder, all this as a result of his assault. He resigned from the Metropolitan Police Department December 2021 and continues to speak out about those events of January 6th. Thank you.
My name is Deborah Lee. I live in Placerville, LEE. After January 6th, 2021, 4 officers took their lives as a result of what they endured that day. Please stand with us as we honor their service and sacrifice. Capitol Police Officer Howard Liebengood served for 15 years and died at age 51. He is survived by his widow, Serena, and 2 siblings. In November 2022, Liebengood's death was designated as being in the line of duty, enabling his family to receive new benefits through the Public Safety Officers Benefit Program, recently expanded to include officers suffering from traumatic effects that they experienced while on duty. Metropolitan Police Officer Jeffrey Smith served for 12 years and died at age 35. He is survived by his widow, Erin, and his parents. Officer Smith was assaulted inside the Capitol on January 6th and struck in the head by a metal pole while clearing the Capitol grounds that night. On March 7th, 2022, his death was officially ruled as in the line of duty, with a finding that the sole and direct cause of his death were the injuries he received on January 6th. Metropolitan Police Officer Kyle DeFreitag served for 5 years and died at age 26. He is survived by his parents and 2 siblings. Officer DeFreitag and fellow officer Gunther Hashida were honored by Virginia Congressman Don Beyer, who said, "They and all of the officers who defended the Capitol and our democracy on January 6th are heroes and deserve our thanks. It is increasingly clear that many of those who put their lives at risk to protect the Capitol that day are still suffering from both physical and mental wounds." Metropolitan Police Officer Gunther Hashida served for 18 years and died at age 43. He is survived by his widow, Romelia, 3 children, a sister, and an extended family. House Speaker Pelosi described Officer Hashida as a hero who risked his life to save our Capitol, the congressional community, and our very democracy. All Americans are indebted to him for his great valor and patriotism on January 6th and throughout his selfless service. May Officer Hashida's life be an inspiration to all to protect our country and democracy. Thank you. Please be seated.
Good afternoon. Yesterday was National Law Enforcement Appreciation Day. That helps bring us here today. For those officers who defended the Capitol, January 6th was not just a day, it is every day. The memories of that day remain raw and visceral for those officers who bore the brunt of physical assaults, whose loyalty and service were questioned with violence, threats, and epithets, and who often bear those burdens alone. We are here to honor those brave and selfless officers who ensured that Congress could fulfill its constitutional duty and that our nation could withstand one of its gravest threats. Last Friday, on the 2nd anniversary of January 6th, the President of the United States bestowed the Presidential Citizens Medal, our nation's 2nd highest civilian award, to 14 persons who performed exemplary deeds or services for their country or fellow citizens. 9 of the recipients were officers honored for protecting the United States Capitol on January 6th, and 6, including 6 that we have recognized today. Officers Carolyn Edwards, Brian Sicknick, Aquino Ganell, Michael Fanone, Howard Liebengood, and Jeffrey Smith. As the president said to the honorees, it is not exaggeration to say America owes you all a debt of gratitude, one we can never fully repay unless we live up to what you did. Thank you for allowing us to honor these officers, and please join the citizens of El Dorado County in doing so. Thank you very
Thank
much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in these board chambers that'd like to address public comment? Come on down.
Hi, my name's Robin Center, and just hearing about the officers' trauma again with their speeches is re-traumatizing just as an American. And a few years ago, I can't remember exactly when, a Proud Boy person was appointed to the veterans position here through the supervisors. And I just want to say that it's doing a disservice to all those police officers and for me, both them, my family, my grandkids, to see that someone who's a part of an organization who would do such a riot to our capital would get a position that our county endorses. So I just like to say that I don't think any Proud Boy member should have any position that represents our county. Thank you.
Thank you. And before we go online, I'd like to I should have said this at the beginning, that we need to go into closed session at 1:30 because we have some consultants on the line. And if public comment is not finished by 1:30, we will reopen public comment after our 2 p.m. hearing. So with that, let's go online, Kim.
Seeing no additional public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. Now taking public comment from 523. Can you unmute yourself, 523?
Yeah. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Tara McCann. I'd like to address the board on a couple topics. I do apologize. For some reason, you guys couldn't hear me or I couldn't hear you. All right, so let's start with open forum this morning. Number one, what I've been trying to relay to the board for many, many years, since this took effect 5 years ago, probably 5+ years ago, there is a huge problem with transparency and good governance with our county. And I'm going to tell you, as a 35-year civil engineer, public servant, that El Dorado County has definitely stepped into a better circumstance. You have stepped up to the ball. I am very appreciative of that. But the one thing that they haven't done is they've gone back in time and not allowed the public to access projects online. So 5 years ago, we could all get online, go to El Dorado County, scroll down to planning services, and see future projects, past projects, current projects. Now that's not the case. The case is you have to register, put in your ID, set up a password, and guess what? I have to continually reset the password. It doesn't let me in. There's so many problems with it. That is not a transparent method of allowing the public transparency to projects. That is outrageous. So I'm asking the county to go back 5 years ago and put back in anyone in the public can go into the planning department, go without registering, without developing a password, and see the projects. Now, if that person wants to have dialogue, wants to have notification, wants to have, all of that, yes, then you have a place for them to register. But it is non-transparent and it's not good governance to make every person who wants to see what's going on in the county register, especially if it's not working. So thank you. That is my first and foremost. Secondly, I'm going to step into fire suppression, fire fire because I've been there. I'm going into another topic. Set the clock for 3 minutes.
No, there's 22 more seconds, Tara. Everyone gets 3 minutes.
That was the first topic. Now we're going into the second topic. But I didn't get to speak on fire.
No, everyone gets 3 minutes. It's your period.
That was the first topic. That was the first topic on public notification.
I will
so now
call.
I'm going to.
I will call you back after the board meeting, Tara, and look forward to hearing what you have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I've got a lot to say on the fire and how we can get a joint.
I will call you.
powers of
Thank you.
attorney.
Thank you.
Right.
Public comment is this one is done. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from 525.
Hi, this is Leo Bennett Koshan. Just a shout out to Supervisor Thomas. I just think it was absolutely wonderful how you just handled somebody with public comment, not quite understanding all the aspects. In my experience, this is a first where a chair goes above and beyond to take public input that's not quite conforming to our regulations as people try to learn them. So kudos to you. Thank you so much for that example. I want to add my voice to all the folks that have spoken about the heroes of January 6th. It is my assumption, having been in Joe Connolly's role as a gadfly, that that's how you experience this particular citizen. Persistent, well-documented, but gosh, won't he go away. I urge you to answer the question or bring it back as an agenda item. What is the appropriate response of a board of supervisors to an assault on our Capitol and Constitution, which unfortunately is now being replicated in Brazil? We have folks in this county who do not view this as an assault, who continue to absorb and implement the rhetoric of the big lie of a stolen election. The powers that are seeking to subvert our Constitution are targeting local elections, local election officials, lots of folks that admirably performed their duties in the last election as occurred in this county. And I would hope that you can find some way to affirm their fortitude and professionalism, and also to let folks know that there is no room in El Dorado governance for folks that can't subscribe to the basics of a democracy, which is accepting the outcome of an election. Thank you for taking my comment.
Thank you, Leo.
Now taking public comment from 179.
Good afternoon, board. This is Jonathan Gainsborough. First of all, I totally agree and admire those who have spoken up for the law enforcement with the assault on the Capitol 2 years ago on January 6th. I think none of us can imagine what would have happened if they had caved and not stood up, not just for the Capitol, but for our entire country. And so I applaud everyone that has spoken today. And if there's any way that the supervisors can either make a written extract of the comments from public comment today for those who both died and suffer ongoing trauma and injury, to honor them in the Mountain Democrat, California's oldest paper. I think that would really be a great thing for our supervisors to go the extra mile or extra 10 miles, whatever it takes, to honor them in our local paper. Anyone who knows me knows that for 3 years weekly, I've been speaking to you about those that are out in the rain. Many friends of mine that I minister to, there are a number of those that are disciples of Jesus Christ that are living as less than animals in the rain that has not only pummeled our state for the last week and a half. The wind was like a freight train the other night. From my bedroom, as I thought about my friends who were out there in tents living as less than human beings, I commend the supervisors for the creative positioning and preparing of the former juvenile center as a year-round navigation center for the homeless. I commend you for that. And yet I cannot commend you for a 3-week delay from the January 15th scheduled opening to February 6th. 3 weeks, living 600 of our homeless out living as less than animals. Please do something beyond the emergency bad weather shelter for those who are suffering on Upper Broadway. God bless you. Please do something more than what's being done before February 6th. Please, please.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Please.
Thank you. And we'll take one more public comment before we recess to close session.
Now taking public comment from 073. Can you please unmute yourself, 073?
Yes, thank you. Just really quick, I'd like to piggyback on what the last person said. At the end there, in regards to the homeless, something I noticed on Facebook, which was put out by the El Dorado County Placerville El Dorado County government, was that here in Cameron Park, where I live, the El Dorado County Placerville library is closed, and the Cameron Park CSD is open as an evacuation center, overnight accommodations. But right after that, in all caps on the Facebook message, it says, overnight accommodations are only for those who have been evacuated from the storm, which is so disappointing. It is so disappointing that when housed people need a place to go, immediately people snap to it and get it done. But homeless folks, they're explicitly with only in all caps, only for those. When things are being flooded here in Cameron Park, whoever was in charge of that wording, I would reconsider who your copywriter is, because that is ridiculous. Second point, really quick, from last week's meeting. I don't know if we even have enough time to address it here, but maybe later. For what reason was there a motion to keep Supervisor Parlin in his chair last week when there's already an established policy that you guys cycle through? I would like to know why there was the attempt to extend as a chair when you guys obviously cycle through. Why is that even an issue? That's my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Oops, thank you. And actually, there's 3 more online. So Kim, we're going to go ahead and finish those. We'll end with Ruth, and so we can finish public comment and then move on to closed session. So thank you for that.
Now taking public comment from Mandy Rodriguez.
Yeah, you know, I'm really getting tired of this nut job, Joseph Conley, and his youthful idiot followers. Now he's got people following him. Just so you guys all know in the audience, Joseph Conley has been credibly accused of abusing his wife physically and mentally for almost 20 years. He followed her from state to state. This is all public knowledge, all public record. You should look it up. This guy is allegedly a child support dodger. That's why he says he tries to pull the sadness. Oh, I was homeless. He was probably homeless because he was trying to avoid paying child support. All this stuff is true, Mr. Conley. Remember that name. And, you've been attacking my friend for a year now, a senior, right? So you're also a abuser of seniors, and you're also attacking Aaron Bates, who is disabled in a wheelchair, a veteran. So now you're a disableist, right? And obviously a womanizer and wife beater, allegedly. So ladies and gentlemen in the audience, this is your leader, Joseph Conley. He wants to play this January 6th game like something happened. It was a farce. It's obviously a farce. Yes, there were people in there that should have been charged. There are people sitting in prison. You guys want to talk about tragedy. There are hundreds of people sitting in jail right now, months and months. They haven't even been charged. Some have been charged with petty things like trespassing. And if you think for 1 second that this government, whatever this government is, won't do that to you, you better read a history book. That is what's happening. And we were fooled back after 9/11 and they opened up Guantanamo Bay. And that's the same thing they did. They held these prisoners. And I bet you half of you guys cried and cried about those prisoners in Guantanamo Bay being held without charges. Well, now we have American citizens sitting in prisons, rotting. They're not being given medical care. They're not being allowed to talk to their attorneys. They are being tortured. So you want to talk about January 6th? Let's talk about it. You guys want to push the board to make a proclamation? Let's talk about it. What happened on January 6th, we are all being lied to. We are all being lied to. And I wish you people would wake up. You people, all you libs sitting there in the audience, you are the people you claim to hate. And may God have mercy on your soul. I hope you wake up. Joseph Conley, leave my friends alone.
Now taking public comment from Rayona Sharpnack.
Yes, can you hear me?
I sure can. Yes, please go
Okay,
ahead.
thanks a lot. So sorry to follow that last person, but I will reiterate the praise, Chair, and your excellent handling of situations. I'm here today to join with my fellow patriots to honor the January 6th heroes and ask that the board find some way to publicly acknowledge them, including the Mountain Democrat idea, which I think is great. These people are inspiring and amazing and true patriots. I'd also like to underline my objection to having Proud Boys, Oath Keepers, or 3%ers on committees, commissions, or boards that deal with anything related to law enforcement or human rights. I'm not against having an inclusive government, but I am against having renegades and lawbreakers occupying those sacred spots. So would just ask that you consider thinking about how to screen for having those folks participate in the boards, commissions, and committees. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Ruth.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. Wow. So, yes, I would like to thank Joe Conley for organizing the recognition of those who suffered on January 6th. In fact, this whole country suffered, and it wasn't just a denial of a outcome of an election, but it was really a group who wanted to really burn this government down. It goes much beyond, and anyone who really reads up on it would understand. It was very un-American. It was very unpatriotic. Those people, I hate to be so blunt, but they urinated and they defecated in the chambers, and they tore apart and rampaged and rioted in one of the highest places in our country for lawmakers, and a place that we should all respect. So it goes beyond that. And thank you, Joe Connolly, for organizing. And I'm sorry more people weren't in the audience, but we're listening and we appreciate it. And this is what our country is all about, which is democracy. Democracy and respecting law enforcement. And I think we can all agree on that we respect those first responders, police and firemen and others. And no one ever should be treated like this, especially those who give so much of themselves to protect us. And as far as personal attacks, this has got to stop in these phone calls. You have rules. Yes, I know that as public officials, we public can say negative things about you, but we were not to make personal attacks on each other. And I'd like to see greater enforcement of that. And I would like you to stop phone calls when personal attacks begin. And Mandy, judge not lest ye be judged. Judge not. Would you like us to dig into your past? Would you like us to publicize it? I don't think so. The last thing I want to mention is County Council. You brought up something interesting. It was sort of buried last meeting. When you warned our new supervisor, when someone asked about her appointments to the Veterans Affairs Commission, you gave her a warning about not giving too much information. People are protected. I think we all need to hear more about this research that you've done, that you were telling her about. So many of us are concerned about appointments, but you said people cannot be discriminated against by the groups they're a part of. We all need to understand that so that we can, if there's something we need to stop talking about, we can stop talking about it. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruth.
Now taking public comment from Sue.
Hi, Sue Taylor. So I'm just reiterating something that happened on the consent calendar with the Diamond Village Apartments, and I wanted to
We
clarify.
already talked about, I hate to say it, we already talked about that. This is just for open forum and
Well,
matters we haven't dealt with.
It's already been decided, so it's the process. It was, we have these items on the thing that are misleading and no time to clarify. And basically my concern with that item is the county is giving them a loan, a $1.25 million loan. And I probably know more about this project than anybody on the planet. And I would love to talk to you, Wendy, like you said, when this is over. But if there's a way in the future we can, this is very critical that we're giving this organization 2.5 million if you look back on their history and who they are. And there's concerns with this project. So that I don't think the board having this item on consent calendar. And I guess my other question is to ask County Council, can you have where you're giving a loan of $1.5 million? Can that be on consent calendar? Because I thought there was a limit like of $100,000 of the county spending like $100,000 on capital improvements. And that's what this pretty much is. So, and this organization has no funding. All of this project is going to have to be funded by us. And then lastly, I like to see this harassment stop. I know personally these people that they're harassing, and none of them have anything to do with the Proud Boys. And these people know it, yet they keep coming over and over and over again to harass these appointees that aren't even appointed. One of them is senior. She has called me crying several times because of the harassment of these people, and she's terrified with her life. And I don't understand why these people are so hip on harassing people that had nothing to do with their issues, nothing to do with January 6th, nothing to do with Proud Boys. But they need to do their own investigation. And if they want to talk to me and know more about who they are denigrating and harassing, I would love to share that with them, because I know personally these people, and I know they had nothing to do with the Proud Boys. So I think that needs to be put to rest. I think the harassment needs to stop, and I hope that it can. So thank you for your time. I really didn't want to go. I was going to leave that topic off, but I think it's just got to stop.
Thank you, Sue. All right. Thank you all. I think there was a comment made that we all agree on a deep respect for our law enforcement, and that is certainly true. So one more comment about, there were several comments about the homeless, and reminder that there is a temporary shelter open at Scout Hall in Placerville until our new navigation emergency shelter is open at the beginning of February. So there is an option for folks, recognizing the extreme weather that we have. Any other clarifying comments by County Councilor Don?
In response to the caller about the website and accessing projects, coincidentally, our planning director about 3 weeks ago submitted we call it a project ticket to IT to develop a GIS-based web portal where the public can go on without registering and access these project-specific information, timelines, and everything. So that's in progress. Unfortunately, right now, I don't have a timeline, but you must be in the head of our planning director because she was thinking the same thing.
Good. That's good news. All right. So with that, the board will recess to close session and be back for a 2 p.m. hearing. Thank you all. Well, thank you, everyone. We are back in open session, and County Council, do we have a report out from closed session, item number 33?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. The board did hear item number 33, and on a 5-0 vote, the board authorized the initiation of litigation. In accordance with Government Code, Section 54957.1A2, the title of the action, the defendants, and the other particulars shall, once the action is formally commenced, be disclosed to any person upon inquiry.
All right,
Thank
thank
you.
you so much. And that brings us to our 2 p.m. hearing. Kim?
Item number 28 is a hearing to consider an appeal received from David Kramer appealing the Planning Commission's November 10th, 2022 approval of expansion of non-conforming use to allow the existing unfinished, unpermitted accessory dwelling unit and 5 additional existing unpermitted residential accessory structures in the open space zone district. Staff recommending the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. 1, find conditional use permit category exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and 2, deny the appeal, uphold the Planning Commission's approval. Supervisor Thomas, can you please open the hearing?
Happy to do that. At this point, I open the public hearing. So at this point, I'd like to, because this is a public hearing and an appeal, I'd like to give explain what the process will be before us so everyone understands. So the staff will present the item in just a few minutes. And then the appellant, Mr. Kramer, will have an opportunity to present, and we'll give you 15 minutes to present your case. And then the applicant, Lon Uso, okay, pardon me if I got that wrong, and your team will have an opportunity to present to the board, another 15-minute time frame. And then we will offer time for public to comment on this item. And then we will give each of both the applicant and the appellant 5 minutes for closing remarks, and then the board will deliberate and take action. So that's our process before us this afternoon. So with that, Rob, or staff, thank you for being with us.
Thank you, Madam Chair, board members, Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. Melanie Sasha in our Tahoe office will be presenting the item if she's available on Zoom, and if not, then I will take over.
There's some weather up in Tahoe, I understand.
There is, and that's why it's uncertain whether she's
Right.
with us or not.
Oh.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Melanie Shasha, Senior Planner with the Planning and Building Department. Today, you will consider an appeal as described by Kim regarding the Planning Commissioner's approval of CUP 20-0014, approved on November 10th, 2022. The appeal filed by Mr. David Kramer on November 23rd was timely filed within the 10-day appeal period allowed by the zoning ordinance. The conditional use permit is required by the zoning ordinance when a project proposes to expand an existing non-conforming use. The existing non-conforming use for this situation is a residential on a parcel zoned and has a land use designation of open space. The residence was allowed in the open space zone prior to the county's 2015 zone ordinance update, and any expansion of the permitted residential use after the zoning ordinance update now requires a conditional use permit. The appeal packet submitted by Mr. David Kramer and staff memo addressing the appeal have been uploaded into Legistar. Staff is available to answer any questions that you may have regarding the original conditional use permit request or appeal. The applicant, Mr. Lon Uso, and the appellant, Mr. David Kramer, are available in the hearing room as you stated. Based on the information in the original conditional use permit, staff memo and the staff memo responding to the appeal, staff recommends that the Board of Supervisors deny the appeal and uphold the Planning Commission approval of conditional use permit CUP 20-0014. Staff would like to note that there are 2 alternative actions identified in the staff memo that the board may choose to consider. And this concludes staff's comments.
Thank you, Melanie. Appreciate you being with us. All right, at this time, we'd like to give the appellant, Mr. Kramer, 15 minutes to address the board. Good afternoon.
Thank you. I apologize.
Oh, can you turn your microphone on? Just press the microphone in front of you. Perfect, thank you.
Can you hear me?
We sure can, thank you.
So I didn't realize I had 15 minutes. So what I'm going to do is kind of start in the middle, work to the conclusion, and then if I have time, I'll go back to the beginning. So it's going to seem a little bit cut up. So it was an error for the El Dorado County Planning and Permitting to issue a permit for this property. Exhibit 4. This is the assessor's parcel map. Exhibit B from the planning. You can see the property is highlighted. Underneath, it says 9.5 acres. Page 2, again, this is the property after the construction of the building. Underneath the APN number, you can see 9.5 acres. And then page 3. This is a blow up of the 9.5 acres under the APN number. Now over in the right-hand corner is an approved by El Dorado County Community Development Agency. Does anyone in the room know whose signature this is on the approval?
Could you please restate which document you're looking at?
Exhibit 4, page 3. In the lower right-hand corner is the approved by El Dorado County Community Development Agency and Planning Services. The approval is dated 1/25/15. And then it says by. Do you recognize that signature?
I can respond once I'm able to determine which document we're looking at, so bear with me here.
Thank you, Kim. All right.
So Rob Peters, Deputy Director, I don't offhand recognize the signature of that, but what that stamp is an approval from the Planning Department for the building permit for the home. I might be able to quickly look into our Central Square and see who the approvers of that permit were, but I could work on that while he continues.
The point that it was
But it was an approval, and then
official
next to it, you
approval.
see the setback stamps with the setbacks required for the approval of the home.
All right, thank you, Rob.
Critical for me is the 9.5 acres under the APN number. Page 4 is a drawing that I believe was submitted for the conditional use permit. The auxiliary structures are in this, so I assume it's pretty late. Page 5 is a blow up of the left-hand corner of this plot map. Again, here the lot size says 10.54 acres. General note 4 says that this plan is not an official boundary survey of the land depicted hereon and should not be relied on for any purposes other than obtaining a building permit and or providing orientation and general location of existing and or structures, objects, and features. And then just finally, this is a blow up of the date. Page 6, Exhibit 4 is the date of the drawing is 12/28/20. So this was done after the construction of the building. So according to the 2013 zoning ordinance and land use regulations, Exhibit 1, page 2, 17.68-060B. No building or structure shall be erected or enlarged unless the parcel of land under separate ownership of which it will be located is 10 acres or larger in size. Now, legally, the definition or the use of the words shall and may are not interchangeable. Shall is a word that there's no discretion. May is the discretion word. So when it says shall, you can't say, oh, it's 9.5 acres. It's okay to make it a 10-acre lot and put a house on it. So no structure should be on this property. Then Exhibit 5 is El Dorado County 1996 land use. If you look down at open space, open space is RE10. So it was 10 acres back in 1996. There's been no change. Smaller open space lots less than 10 acres, you can't put structures on. So I believe that the surveyor's monuments on the property were moved. So Exhibit 6 is the conditions of approval submitted by the Planning Commission. Page 3, at the bottom, you see Office of County Surveyor. On page 4, item 19, it states, all boundary monuments distributed during the project's construction shall be reset by a professional land surveyor or qualified engineers defined by Section 8771 of California Business and Professional Code. So sometime during the construction of the property, the monuments got moved. Now, property bordering this property to the north and east is United States Bureau of Reclamation land. I contacted the Bureau, and Emmett Cartier, I think that's how you send me, I think that's how you pronounce his name. He sent me an aerial photo, Exhibit 7, which is the one that's separate from the rest of the bundle. I got it after I had put this package together, so I apologize. Exhibit 7 is an aerial view of the property, and it shows 1.4 acres of US land within the fence of 2405 Big Chief Trail. So this increased the size of the property over 10 acres and justifies the in an attempt to justify the structures on the property. Property is only 9.5 acres. There's no structures allowed on it. And then El Dorado County Building Services and Planning Commission might be aware that what they're doing is illegal. Exhibit 6 Exhibit 6, page 1, item 3 is a legal indemnity hold harmless agreement. So it seems like the planning knows that this shouldn't have structures on it, that they're misrepresenting the property and writing themselves a little insurance policy. So I'd like to really quickly go over the definition. How much time do I have?
4 more minutes.
Oh, okay. Then what I'm going to do is I'll just conclude this. The parcel does not fill the purpose of open space land. The parcel is contrary to every definition of open space land. By statute, no structures are allowed on this parcel. And I asked the Board of Supervisors to overturn the Planning Commission's approval of the CUP 20-0014. I'm going to go over the purpose of open space land in Exhibit 1, page 1, 1768-010. The purpose of this chapter is to provide a medium whereby the essential open space needs of the citizens of the county may be provided for. This is not for private landowners. This is not to be sectioned off for a couple. It's for the citizens of the county. Right below it, 1768-020, open space defined. Natural open space land means parcels or areas of land which are generally unimproved and devoted and essential for a natural resource development. Exhibit 2. I use their page 2, land conversion. The health of rivers, lakes, and wetlands can be directly related to the type of land cover and associated land use in their watersheds. This is watershed property. Pristine waters are associated with mainly undisturbed forested watersheds. Item 2 is preservation of agricultural production. Exhibit 1, page 1. Let's see, where am I? Preservation of agricultural production. Exhibit 1, page 5. I apologize, it's page 5. This is the chart that shows the sort of agriculture that they want on the property. Grazing is a permitted agriculture on the property. Timber is under conditional use permit because it's not all kinds of timber. There's select amount of timber that they want. In other words, they don't want an apple orchard. They want, oak, pine, fir. So Um, recreational space, it doesn't provide any recreational space for anyone in the community. They talk about fire break and saying what an excellent fire break it was to have all the grass gone, but it's not. 85% of all fires are started by human activity.
Thank you, Mr. Kramer.
Okay.
Appreciate it. And thank you for these materials that we have in front of us. Appreciate that.
Okay.
All right. So now we'll give the applicant, Mr. Uso, a time to come up. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Madam Chair, supervisors, thank you for allowing me to come up and say a few words. First, I want to respond to this issue with the property markers. I have no idea what it's talking about. This is a large piece of property. All these structures are well within the boundaries of the property. And I think that that's obvious from whatever maps you see there. You see that all of these, as far as the CUP is concerned, I don't know what purpose this has, because statements have, because all of those structures are well within that the envelope of the property. The markers are where they've been from the beginning of time. We followed the marked corners that we got when we purchased the property, and there was no reason for us to move these markers. I don't believe that 9.5 or 10 acres is what was required at the time for building a house, because it said on all these documents that it was 9.5 acres. I think the 10 acres came sometime later. I think it was probably either my engineer that drew up these plans or something that wrote 10 acres on there. But it's been 9.5 from the beginning. And the house was approved with following the standards of construction at the time. I can't believe that he's saying that I should tear my house down now because of some reason that I never heard before. I wanted to thank you guys for, and congratulate you, in fact, for putting together a group of individuals in your planning commission. They were extremely professional. They treated me fairly, but they were not easy on me. They asked me some very probing questions that I had to respond to. Difficult questions, but I answered them all to the best of my ability. They did not give me any special consideration. If you'll see in the things that Mr. Kramer wrote as motives for his appeal, it should be insulting, not just to me, but to you as well, for him to impugn the character of your planning commissioners. They did not give anyone special consideration here. They were incredibly professional. The other item on there that I would like you to look at, and even though staff has said that it is not relevant to the CUP, and it is not relevant directly to the CUP, but it's certainly relevant to the motivation of this gentleman being here today. As a past board member of the Georgetown Divide Public Utilities District, we took an action that had been a long time coming. That was to build a water treatment plant necessary to provide water for half of the customers of GDPUD, which had been required by the state for 13 years by the time I got on the board. And it was a very difficult thing to get done. It was a very difficult project. It was very damaging politically to the members of the board because it was contentious, and we knew this. But sometimes as elected officials, you know that you have to do some things that people will disagree with you on, but that are in the best interest of your constituents, which is exactly the action that we took. But the consequences are also very real. There will be people after you leave office, or perhaps while you're still in office, that may disagree vehemently with actions that you've taken, and will follow you. Will follow you through your personal lives afterwards, looking for ways to injure you. I believe that if I'd never been on the GDPUD board, I believe that if I had just simply stayed at home and allowed the district to fall apart, that I wouldn't be standing here with Mr. Kramer bringing these allegations. So I ask you to please consider why we're here, why we're actually here. It has nothing to do with my property, nothing whatsoever to do with my property. I don't impact Mr. Kramer in any way, shape, or form. As a matter of fact, I don't think that he's even within that 100-yard area that where postcards are sent out. He sought a way to hurt me, and this was his way. I know this because I've been told by people that know us. Now, that's pretty much all I have to say. I think the rest of it is pretty much self-explanatory. You've seen the staff report. I've seen the staff report. They very clearly and from the very beginning have agreed that I in no way impacted. In fact, I benefit my neighbors by having a beautiful vineyard on my property. And yes, I do have a fire break there because I keep my property mowed tight. And if you look at the other properties around me that do belong to the Bureau of Reclamation, you'll see that they have wild grass growing 3-4 feet tall, dry, and ready to burn. My property may someday save some of the houses around there because I have a vineyard that that really adds not just to that, but it also adds to the beauty of the community. I would like to now answer any questions that you might have of me.
All right, thank you. Actually, I will give the board at this point an option to ask any questions of either staff or the applicant or the appellant. So, Mr. Turnbull.
Yeah, how old is your house? How long has it been there?
What is it? I think we started the process in 2015. So I think we finished in 2016. So it's been there for 6 years.
6 years, and now there's a problem. Why wasn't that problem addressed, if there was any problem at all? Why wasn't it addressed 6 years ago?
Why wasn't it addressed when I first applied for a building permit there? I mean, we did everything by the book. I built a barn, an ag barn, which I am now told I should have gotten a permit for. I was under the impression that I could build ag structures there without having to come for permits. Now, I will take full responsibility, and it was a mental lapse for me to start that ADU without getting permits first. But the other buildings, I was convinced that I had every right to build them. When I went to the people that build those structures, you know, they're those metal structures that you see all over the place. They told me I did not require permits, that these were temporary structures, and that because they were ag, I could do them without permits. And the contractors that built them.
Okay. All right. And any other supervisor has any questions?
I just have a question of staff on Exhibit 7. Have you verified that this property, the 9.5 acres, doesn't encroach upon any Bureau of Reclamation land? That's the part that bothers me. I would think we'd have this well-researched and be able to say definitively it does not.
I'm not sure. So this is Rob Peters, Deputy Director of Planning. I'm not sure Exhibit 7, is that the one that was passed out to you all? 'Cause I don't
Yes.
think I have a
Yeah.
picture.
And the
Copy of
sta-
that.
Yeah, this,
Apologize. But I will acknowledge that in looking at the documents that the appellant had, called out, it does appear that the parcel size is 9.5 acres.
right.
I will acknowledge that in Title 17, the previous zoning ordinance, there was some references to minimum parcel sizes. And, but I will also acknowledge that that permit was approved by the county, and the approver, that signature is Tom Doherty, who has retired some 5 years ago. And so I can't ask him the questions and all of the circumstance that were related to that. But I think we were moving forward from an approved residential house, and those residential uses were allowed. And again, the circumstance of the 10 acres was acknowledged here at this meeting. And so, I've looked at that, and I agree with the appellant that it does appear that it is 9.5 acres. And I also agree with Mr. Uso that he submitted his information on, site plans that acknowledge that acreage. Now, this area in the fence, that is not something that that I can confirm sitting here.
Okay.
My understanding coming into this meeting was that there was not any encroachment into any lands of the US or anything of that nature. So I can't necessarily, based on Exhibit 7, without, what I will say is aerial photography doesn't always meet parcel lines.
Right.
And we see that all the time in our surveyor's office. And so, a record of survey or an actual survey is the only way. And so that's why on site plans, you'll see an acknowledgement that this shouldn't be used for exact detail, but it should be used, generally to know where things are. But, those site plans, without an exact survey, I wouldn't be able to answer with any definitiveness of whether or not there's an encroachment onto those lands.
So that survey would have to be done by our surveyor's office or somebody. Is that what it would take to verify that there's no encroachment?
Yeah, as I understand it, there's a township and range description for this particular parcel. I know that there has been pins because of its adjacency to Auburn Lake Trails. There are some known points. But I think, to get an exact measurement of a parcel, generally that's a survey type of a situation. But to date, up until the point of this meeting, I was unaware of this information. So we always understood it to be as presented by the applicant, and that the parcel is of the size that it was shown to us in the site plans.
Thank you.
Actually, I do have a clarifying question regarding that, and help me understand how this process works. So this is an appeal on an approval by our planning commission. And so the official appeal before us, is that the written appeal form that the appellant submits to the board for consideration? Because I guess I'll let you answer that first.
Yeah, absolutely. That was the appeal form that was presented to the planning division with the materials attached to it to bring forward the appeal to your board.
Okay.
I will say that this fencing isn't necessarily germane to the buildings that are being asked to be permitted through this conditional use permit. I think if there's an issue related to fencing on the USA lands, that they would contact Mr. Uso and they would resolve that through him and the US government. But it doesn't, and particularly that all of the structures that we're talking about are south of the home and therefore not in the area of concern identified by this plan.
And that's where I think I was a little confused, and these issues are never easy. It's never an issue it's never fun or easy to mitigate between two opposing parties. But the appeal that was presented to us to consider, it didn't have anything to do with the fence, the boundary line, or even the size of the parcel. So I guess I'm just a little confused when that issue was come before us with other information. That's not my understanding of the grounds to appeal the planning commission's decision. That as presented, the appeal is based on an open space definition, a notice, the fact that, well, not the fact, the assumption that the notice was not maybe properly done, the fact that it's commercial use is not allowed in open zoning, that there's a accusation of favoritism, and nothing to do with the size of the parcel. So yes.
Chair, if I might, Jefferson Billingsley, Deputy County Counsel. I think it might be helpful at this point to kind of You've discussed the basis of the appeal and then what the standards are, and
Okay.
that may be the most helpful. At this point, the existing house is a non-conforming structure, and this appeal is about the expansion of the non-conforming structures. And there are essentially two standards that apply to that. There's a standard that allows for the expansion of the non-conforming uses, the 5 additional properties. And then secondarily, there's the standard for the CUP. They overlap a little bit, but the standard to allow the expansion of a non-conforming use and what the Planning Commission tied their findings to, and essentially what's before you today, is whether or not the change or expansion of the non-conforming use will not have a negative impact on the surrounding conforming uses in the area overall. So really, that's the issue before your board today. Will this expansion have an impact on the surrounding neighborhood? And that's very similar to the CUP standard, which is, will it be detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare of the neighborhood? So essentially, it's the same standard for both, but really it's about the expansion, not about the existing house.
Thank you for that. And the requested CUP is the mechanism to review the expansion of a non-conforming use and determine if they are consistent with the general plan and our zoning ordinance. And based on that, our staff and the Planning Commission, did make the findings necessary that it is consistent with the general plan and zoning. So I think that's the basis on our decision today. Is any other questions or comments at this point before we open to public comment?
I had one more. My understanding originally, at least, there was a lot of concern about the property being used for commercial uses, the Estancia Winery and those kinds of things. And there's a lot of documentation on that. But I think the way that the Planning Commission conditioned it, that they cannot use that property for commercial use under this CUP. Is that accurate?
Rob Peters, again, Deputy Director of Planning. Yeah, we have conditioned because the basis for the expansion of the non-conforming use was what would have been allowed residential uses under the previous zoning ordinance or expansion of that residential use. That is why the staff and the commission in their approval of the conditional use permit included that condition of approval to not allow those commercial uses and keep it in a residential context. Mr. Uso has agreed to that condition and has expressed, at least in the Planning Commission meeting, that he has he doesn't have interest in continuing a commercial use on the site. And so therefore we've kept it, as far as we understood it or believed it to be, within a residential context.
Can I respond to that?
It's the chair's discretion.
Can I respond to that?
In your closing remarks, I think that'd be most appropriate, your closing remarks. You see, actually, you can go ahead and sit down and we'll bring you up if the board has any further questions. Thank you so much.
I did have a kind of a clarifying question. We all know that enforcement is a key issue with these things. Conditional use permit, people sign up to stuff and then it changes, right? It morphs. Either it's the ownership that changes or lack of recollection of what was agreed to or whatever. Does this fall into land use enforcement then for the county if he were to violate the conditions of this CUP? That's my understanding, that our code enforcement would be the primary enforcement agent. Is that accurate?
Yeah, so Rob Peters again. Yeah, this would be within the land use. And I think, and I'm going a little outside of my lane, and we do have Linda Jorgensen, the manager of code enforcement, in the room if she needs to correct anything I say. But I think recently code enforcement has even brought forth some changes in their code in order to enhance their ability to enforce special use permits and the conditions. And so it would be in conjunction with the planning division, building department, and the code enforcement. And so it's absolutely a code enforcement mechanism that could be utilized if it were to be exceeded on the use permit.
Thank you. I'm still trying to understand code enforcement's authority. I think it's getting better clarity as we talk through it, but thank you for expressing that.
Supervisor Parlin.
Thank you, Chair. So disclosure, I think I'm supposed to do this. I did have a phone call meeting with Mr. Uso a few weeks ago, I think it was. I don't know. Happy New Year. Yeah. So just wanted to disclose that. And Jefferson, can you help me out? I did watch the Planning Commission video. I hope all of you did, because it was quite enlightening and kind of a process question, I think, more than anything. And we don't get these very often, these appeals, and so can't remember from one to the other. Are we limited to what we look at since this has been brought to us and since we are the land use authority in the county? Or can we say, oh, we want to look at a deeper dive at, just because the planning commission said one thing, we're where the buck stops. So can we look beyond that? Are we limited to just what Mr. Kramer put in his appeal?
Through the chair, Supervisor Parlow, this is a de novo hearing. So essentially you are starting over. You could, of course, consider what the planning commission, for instance, the planning commission received many written materials and there does not appear to be that many this time. But you could consider what the applicant has brought, any testimony you hear today. It is essentially up to you to make the policy decisions about whether or not you think this non-conforming use should be expanded or not.
Okay.
Just to further the point that Jefferson just made, that the county's ordinance code with respect to these types of appeal hearings states that you shall consider all of the issues raised in the appeal, and you may consider other relevant issues related to the project being appealed. So you do have that in your discretion to consider issues beyond the appeal, but you are only required to address those specific issues that have been raised by the appeal.
That's helpful. Thank you. Okay.
It is. So can I carry on a little more than
Absolutely.
on staff then? Because I have the same question about the acreage and the intent of open space. This is where I'm really struggling with this. I think if you had watched the planning commission hearing, it was pretty clear, Mr. So you knew what you were doing. You knowingly started building things without getting permits. You acknowledged that during the planning commission hearing. And it was really troubling to me, even more than that, is because you also said in that hearing that you've built about 15 other houses in Auburn Lake Trails. So in my mind, you're very familiar with El Dorado County and what's required to build things and our processes. So you purchased a piece of open space land, and that's not residential land. It's different. And yet I feel like looking at what you're trying to do, what you've already done, you're trying to treat this land as a residential piece of property. And it's not, it's open space. And I always struggle, and everybody I think knows this by now. Oh, maybe Supervisor Ling doesn't know this yet. So now I'm not a broken record. But I always struggle with expectations in a neighborhood. You buy your parcel, that this is zoned, whatever. So you expect it to be developed like that. If you want to change that, if you buy a parcel and you buy open space and you want to develop it as residential, we have a general plan amendment process and a zoning change process. And in my mind, that's really what you probably should have done based on all these things that you want to do. So I'm really concerned about that. I feel like you were trying to bypass our processes, build things, and then ask for forgiveness. And a CUP with us just saying, we're going to just magically make it okay, is troubling to me, because I do not want other people to think that's okay either. We have enough code enforcement problems in El Dorado County without encouraging more. So I am really struggling with this. And also the 10 acres, I think, is important because, and this is where I wanted to ask staff, because reading codes, and I'll be honest with you, I looked at the old prior to 2015, the one that's in here, the 2013 zone. It was so convoluted and confusing. I can see why we changed it in the update, that the updated one is so straightforward and easy to follow. But when I'm looking at, and I'm just going to use Mr. Kramer's exhibits because we all have it and we can reference it. When you look at exhibit, I guess 1, page 2, where he talked about development standards, I agree. It says minimum parcel size to develop things. So, and even it goes on, so that's on page 2, letter B, under the 17.68.060, it talks about the minimum parcel size of 10 acres to develop things. And then also you go to the next page, page 3, there's a letter D that says the minimum parcel size should be 10 acres to develop things. So, I mean, you can own the 9.5 acres of open space and own it, but according to this, I think you aren't supposed to be able to develop it unless you come in here and get a permit first or something. So can you help me with that? Because to me, that 10 acre minimum is important. And back in one of the other exhibits, we show where the plan for the house was approved, saying it was only 9.5 acres. So there just seems to be a disconnect in this. And I do think it is important.
Sorry, I was thinking about the response before I spoke.
Yeah, of course, absolutely.
I agree that the 1768 section in several reference points talks to a minimum lot size of 10 acres. This one in particular has some development standards where it's calling out, that no structure shall be erected. And it does provide some waivers for those by the planning director under certain provisions.
Okay.
I can't speak to the review process that was done on this particular permit for the house, but I would, I would agree with you that it seemed to show 9.5, and in the evaluation of that, there should have been potentially more concern about the 10-acre, minimum. That being said, because the county approved the building, approved the permit, issued it, and finalized it, it is an existing non-conforming, particularly related to. So I don't, I agree that maybe there should have been an evaluation, or I don't know all the circumstances that were discussed on that particular permit, but it doesn't, in my mind, change the fact that it's a non-conforming structure, or maybe it's now a non-conforming parcel, but that this structure on this parcel is being asked to be expanded to allow other accessory structures, and that the baseline for our decision-making isn't that much different. It's whether or not, now we can go back and talk about whether or not the planning division should have approved that permit. And I think that's, going back, not forward, but I don't know that there's anything necessarily the house is built, it would be an existing non-conforming because we issued and finalized that permit, right? So we have to acknowledge that. But I think, again, I didn't have time to prepare for this particular topic.
Sure.
But based on I don't think that anything presented to you is inaccurate related to the 9.5 versus the 10. I think, a lot of times staff will look at a site plan and we're always looking for minimum lot sizes and things. We look for it a little bit more when we're doing parcel splits and things like that, because we're trying to determine whether the parcel being created is less than or equal to. And so I can't really speak to this. I know that Tom was a seasoned staff member who did hundreds, if not thousands, of building permits. And so, I can't really speak to his review on that particular permit. But as we sit here today, it is the house was issued and finalized, meaning the building and planning departments. I don't know what we were in 2014 as far as if we were separate or not, but we did approve that permit, and so that does have some standing for this gentleman, Mr. Uso, in his house being legal non-conforming. And so I don't know that it changes the circumstance of expanding in legal non-conforming. It may change your thoughts or how you might land on a decision, but
Sure.
I don't think we can go back to that spot.
So then, given that, and I would never, ever ask you to remove a house that was permitted, never. So don't even think that. I'm not going there at all. But I'm just asking, we have a legal non-conforming house on open space that's only 9.5 acres. We've confirmed that. Are we required to expand, or can we say, no, we're not going to expand your uses, because the intent of open space, according to our general plan, really is low impacting, close to undeveloped. That's the intent of open space.
Through the chair, that was the standard. I'll reiterate it from the code. You have to make certain findings to be able to expand the non-conforming use. And again, it's you need to find that the change or expansion of the non-conforming use will not have a negative impact on the surrounding conforming uses in the area overall. So that's a mandatory finding. If you can't make that finding, you cannot approve the expansion.
Say that again for me, Jefferson.
There's a lot of knots.
Was I getting double negatives, or maybe I think I got confused. One more time.
The change or expansion of the non-conforming use, what's being asked for,
okay,
will not have a negative impact on the surrounding conforming uses in the area overall. Maybe
it is a double negative.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
So it's not going to have a negative impact on the existing conforming uses next to this. property.
Adjacent residences, et
Yes.
cetera.
Mhm.
So the planning commission found in favor of that finding? Is that?
That is
what I
the
read it?
finding they made to approve
Okay,
the CUP.
Then I also heard at the planning commission hearing, because I did watch it, Jefferson, you said that the applicant, not the appellant, the applicant is not entitled to an ADU because it's not residential land. Did I hear that correctly from the
Yes,
plan?
Supervisor Parlin, under state law, you can get an ADU by right but it has to be on a residential parcel. So
Right.
if you approve the expansion of the non-conforming use, he may have the ADU, but he's not entitled to it by right because it's not a residential parcel.
Okay.
Got it. Okay. Wow, this one's really
Yeah, it's a mess.
confusing.
And the ADU is already constructed?
Oh, excuse me, Mr. You may come up to the podium and
Yep,
answer this
sorry.
one question.
It's kind of jumped out there. I was just trying to figure out where we are.
Yes, no, it's framed, it's sided and it's roofed, but it's not finished. There are no, there's no insulation or drywall inside. The siding on it, the exterior is not finished.
Okay.
They're just siding. I mean, it was done to keep it from completely going to heck over this. I've been doing this for 3 years now, waiting for this, for these hearings in order to either tear the thing down or continue to build it.
Thank you.
So this is Rob Peters one more time, if I may. I wanted to clarify two things that came up in the previous discussions related to the conditions of approval. And I wanted to talk about the condition of approval for the hold harmless. That is a standard condition of approval that you'll see on almost every one of the planning applications. And so I just wanted to, and then related to the surveyor's office condition of approval, that's pretty standard too. Not, you know, I don't think they could potentially tailor it and they may have on certain projects, but what it's intended to be is if there's going to be construction activities and you are going to affect a survey monument, that they're ensuring that it will be replaced, not that they've been moved or been relocated already. It's to ensure that if there are survey monuments in place, that the construction activities authorized by the conditional use permit won't have an effect on those. So I just wanted those two clarifications.
Any other comments, Supervisor Parlin, or questions at this time?
Gonna wait for some public comment, correct?
All right. Okay, so at this point, we will open the public comment on this item.
Now taking public comment on item number 28. Individuals will have 3 minutes to address the board. The timer will notify you when you have 30 seconds remaining to comment. Public comment will be taken first from those participating in the boardroom and then from those participating through Zoom. For those participating by Zoom, please make sure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining the meeting by phone, press *9 to indicate a desire to comment. If you're joining by Zoom, press the raise hand button. Please voluntarily state your name for the record.
Anyone in board chambers like to speak on this item? All right.
Seeing no public comment from the boardroom, now taking public comment from Zoom participants. There's no public comment.
So at this point, are we ready for closing remarks?
I would just like to comment
Some more comments or
with respect
questions?
to the ADU, if there isn't known impact, that should come up in the closing comments, because I haven't heard that yet. I can't see that additional conforming residents, you know, what, 300 yards away or 400 yards away is going to be affected by an ADU. But if there is an argument that it would affect, their rights somehow by putting this ADU in, given the circumstances, it's not residential. I'd like to understand what that is, because right now I can't figure out that there's any connectivity with that. So just a request, if that is the case, I'd like to hear why.
So a question on process. Once we have closing remarks, like close the public hearing, when the board deliberates, do we still have the ability to ask questions, further questions of?
You might want to keep the public hearing open through your deliberations if you do want the opportunity to solicit additional information from the applicant or the appellant.
Right, we'll keep it open then to give us the ability to do that. Thank you so
Okay.
much. All right. So at this point, would you like to hear closing remarks or do you have further questions? At this
I would
point?
like to hear some closing remarks.
All right, let's do that. So we'll invite the applicant, Mr. Uzo up for, yes, for 5 minutes
5 minutes
on
each,
closing
yeah.
remarks. Thank you.
Thank you. My wife would have liked to have been here to talk to you about how she's been washing used bottles so that we can bottle our wine. That's not exactly what a commercial winery does. An estancia is, the definition of a word estancia is a large ranch. It's a Spanish word. It has nothing to do with wineries or anything else. I think one of my friends, as a goof, went on Google and put that estancia thing on my property. I didn't do it. We make wine for ourselves. We share it with our friends. This is the only reason that there are all these vines on the property is because we had to decide on some kind of landscaping that would beautify the property for our neighborhood. And we actually were looking first at planting a bunch of olive trees, and then we were told it would make a mess. So we went with the vineyards again to bring some beauty to the property. We've had neighbors that are living there now that have bought the houses that they bought adjacent to our property just because they loved looking at our vineyard. I will 100% agree to the fact that I completely screwed up starting to build that ADU without permits. The other buildings, let me tell you, the first building was the metal barn that I built. I built that at the same time that I was building my house. County inspectors came out. I talked to them and asked them, what do I have to do? Do I need anything for this barn? No, go ahead. We built the barn at the exact same time that we were building the house so we could keep our horses there. Then came the carport, so I had some place to park my tractor. Then came when we started getting harvest from our vineyards. Came first the 20 by 20 structure and the carport in front of that, so we could process our grapes. And I have a small cooling room in there where we keep the wine. Then finally, the bigger barn, the other big barn that we built up there, that was because we were running out of room to store stuff in the little 20 by 20. So we decided, let's go ahead and build that other barn up there. But I was 100% under the impression, and again, the contractors that built those barns, because I didn't build them myself, I had them built via a contractor. They told us we didn't need permits. I will 100%, and I did this also, Lori. If you heard it at the, if you heard that the tapes from the Planning Commission, I admitted 100% that I screwed up starting that ADU without permits. Mea culpa. I will be your poster boy for anybody who wants to talk about building something without permits. I know that there are thousands of structures in El Dorado County that are built without permits, and it's wrong. I understand it. I built 15 houses in Auburn Lake Trails over the last 12 years. And I got permits for every single one of them. Every single one of them is built to standards, permits, everything that needed to be done. I did it according to Hoyle. I had a brain fart with this one, and I apologize to you, but I have paid the price. I've already spent over $12,000 just in staff fees getting to this point in this process. I have paid dearly for my mistake, and I'm man enough to admit when I've made a mistake. That was a mistake. Beyond that, we're just trying to live in our home. We're just trying to do something. We're trying to do something on that property that improves the community around us. There were several letters that you may not have gotten through this from our neighbors that were sent in saying how much they appreciated what we had done on this property. It's beautiful. It's a lovely place to live. Please let me keep this and continue to live a wonderful life here in El Dorado County. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Kramer. It's time to invite you up.
Okay, so first of all, you said it was Tom Doherty that stamped the plan? Correct.
Address the board, Mr. Kramer.
I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Is Tom Doherty still with the
He's
plan?
not. He's not.
Did he retire or was he fired?
This is your time to have final remarks. It's not a back and forth of questions, and I don't have that information.
Okay. I think one of the reasons that there's problems here is that the first public input on this was the planning hearing. So I'm just learning about this and becoming aware of what happened. I am a little disappointed with planning because it causes bad relationships. Lon's mad at me. That's not right. It's not my fault that this is happening. I'm just bringing the information to you that there's no structures allowed on this lot. There's no grapes allowed. The agriculture that they want is grazing for the wildlife and animals, native plants and animals. The fence is completely contrary to open space lot. You can do it without a permit, so that's how it got done. The survey markers, it's not me telling you that they were moved. It's the city's condition, or the county's condition that gets returned, the markers get returned. So they were moved. I didn't invent that. The county is aware of it. And then as far as the Estancia winery goes, they talked about it at the planning commission hearing, and they said that one of the commissioners' mother or grandmother had a property that somebody put an airport on. And, I can believe that, but this property gets toggled off and on when they're closed. It says right now that it's temporarily closed. So he may not be having people over or having a tasting room, but I can't see that he needs 800 grapevines for wine for his family and friends. It just seems excessive to me. So I think that it's going to be a problem for you because I think it was a statutory error by the county to issue this permit. The open space is not anywhere near what is there right now. And if it's not straightened out, it's going to be a big issue. I would like to thank you for your time. And is there any questions?
Thank you so much, Mr. Kramer. Appreciate it. All right, at this point, we'll bring it back to the board for deliberation.
I do have one follow-up question, I guess, for staff, and that's related to the vineyard. When I look at agricultural uses under open space, what I see is grazing and timber, but nothing that would talk about vineyards. So is that something that is or isn't allowed within open space? Should that have been gone through the Ag Commission for a special determination? I'm just trying to understand the vineyard part of it because I don't see it on here.
If I could verify, are you talking about under the current code or under the previous one?
This is the current one, amended 2021. When I look under use types and open space, I see agriculture listing grazing and timber. Right? And it says grazing is P, which is allowed use. Timber is a CUP. I don't see a vineyard, and I'm trying to interpret how can we say a vineyard being planted is either grazing or timber? It doesn't. It seems inconsistent.
So this is Rob Peters again. I believe that The land use definition that we have in the zoning ordinance now is commercial vineyard. And so you see it absent from the open space because it's not allowed in the open space. Under the previous code, 1768 040E, which was the uses permitted by right under the open space at the time you built the house. Growing and harvesting of trees, fruits, vegetables, flowers, vines, grains, and other crops, not to include commercial processing of products therein. So I think, and when you talk about agricultural now, we're not talking about the winery ordinance because that's a separate
Right.
thing, and the commercial vineyard is a land use type, but I think it's couched under the ag but I don't think it's called out particularly as, I don't believe that vineyard that isn't in a commercial vineyard is called out in the land use table.
Okay, so it's essentially a grandfathering from the previous land use designation that was changed then in 2021. Is that what I'm to understand? Because I understand grandfathering because at that point in time, it was legal. You could put it in the vineyard, no problem. We change it, which I can't, well, maybe I do have the information to go back and look at what it was in 2013, but is it essentially a grandfathering provision? It was done ahead of time. So when the 2021 was enacted, there was no provision. You can't expand it is the way I would read it. You can't plant more than 800 vines, but they're an existing condition and therefore it's accepted as existing non-conforming. There's just a lot of stuff and tied up in this one. It's a mess, but
It's way
anyway.
too much.
Maybe it looks like Melanie maybe was going to say something.
Yeah, I was just going to say that review of the conditional use permit, when we conditioned this to not have a commercial vineyard, staff looked at these vines as landscaping, as if he was going to have apple trees or pear trees or cherry trees or any other kind of fruit bearing tree that is accessory to his residential use. That was how staff interpreted the vines, and we added that condition of approval to prevent a commercial or a micro winery for that reason.
Okay, so it's an interpretation thing of what constitutes landscape, whether it's a vineyard or it's a few fruit trees and a vineyard or whatever, right? That's what it sounds like. It's an interpretive issue. So,
With the
okay,
provision that it won't become a commercial winery.
right. I understand.
Yeah.
I understand.
Interesting.
So-
Okay. All right, any other, I'm not seeing any buttons.
Oh, button.
Buttons. No, I'm sorry, this public comment.
So
It's at
can
the
I,
board level now.
one more clarification? Sorry, it was taking me a minute to get
Oh,
up
did you
on.
close the
So
public hearing?
No, I didn't close the public
Didn't.
hearing, but no, I mean, the board is
right,
deliberating
right,
right
right,
now.
right.
Yeah.
So under the glossary, in the current zoning ordinance, Title 130, agriculture is defined as the use of land for agricultural purposes, including farming, dairying, pasturage, agriculture, horticulture, floriculture, viticulture. So it's talking about vines. So it's
Right.
It's been consolidated into that agricultural land use type that you saw in the table that was identified. The commercial vineyard then was pulled out as a separate land use type to distinguish between vines and vineyards for personal use versus for commercial uses.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
I think that's real confusing because if it isn't in the table as an allowed use, I have a tough time going back to general language. It seems like it's self-conflicting. I always relied on the table to go and look at it and say, is this an allowed use or not? I'm not going to go back and read the preamble words, which may be.
So each of the
different.
land use types in the table that are in the table have a glossary definition that corresponds with them. So that's the best that we can. So when you see agriculture, that's
Yeah.
how it's defined in the glossary as including.
Then why do we list grazing and timber as separate items? I'm just confused by this. It just seems to be contradictory.
You should join us for the ranch
Acknowledged.
marketing next week.
Yes.
Yes.
I give up. Well, thank you, Robin, for
We're
trying to help
dealing
me
with that.
understand. I'm still not understanding it, but I'll spend some time trying to learn it.
Okay, thank you. Supervisor Parlin.
Wow. I thought I was confused before, and actually I'm not confused. I'm conflicted, honestly. I really am. Again, I'm going back to the intent of open space. And the intent of open space is not a lot. And what Mr. Uso is proposing here for us to say is okay is a lot. And that's my concern. And he's asking us to do it because he did it and he's asking for forgiveness. And you guys, my brain's so weird. You'll learn this, Supervisor Lane, but I distinctly remember one day when I was at the podium and Supervisor Santiago was up here and she was adamant She says, we should not reward bad behavior. And that's how this is starting to feel. And and Supervisor Heidel, I hear you, because to me, this looks like a vineyard. This doesn't look like personal use vines.
Exactly.
This is pretty darn big. And then staff, I do have a question, because it does take, Mr. Oso has a building that he processes the wines, the grapes into wine. And so I'm looking at, again, this is the 2013, because we're expanding that use, right, from before, because houses aren't even allowed on open space now. So, but we're expanding the use he was given before we changed the zoning ordinance. So, I'm going back to that time. And if you look at the 17.68.050, uses requiring a special use permit, and you go down to F, it says all processing of products produced upon or from the land to include all accessory structures required or used or so used. So I'm thinking that, Mr. Oso has been just building this over and over and over, just doing things that aren't allowed. That's another one. He shouldn't have had a structure on there to process anything from the land, according to this. He's been doing it and giving out wine to friends and family on something that looks like a vineyard. I just don't see this as matching the definition of what open space is supposed to be about. And even when the county updated the zoning ordinance in 2015 and 16, the uses are even less than they were before on open space. So I'm really concerned that if we approve this CUP and if we deny the appeal, we're rewarding bad behavior all over the place. And I just don't feel comfortable doing that, quite honestly. There's neighbors there. You look at what were their expectations of open space. Maybe the neighbors there today like it, maybe others won't. That's not up to them. We're supposed to be looking at, and you look at the map, the other open space parcels around Mr. Uso's are not developed at all, which is more like what open space is supposed to be. So I'm kind of leaning towards not approving his project, which would mean I am leaning towards approving the appeal. Yes, that's where I'm headed right now, just because this feels, and the fact that Mr. Oso knows, he did all of this knowingly. You guys really might have taken, when we have these appeals, go back and listen to the planning commission, because those guys probed really hard. They did.
So Supervisor Heidel.
Yeah, so it's my understanding at this step in the process, the board can impose additional conditions on the conditional use permit. Is that accurate, Jefferson?
Supervisor Heidel, that is accurate. This is a conditional use permit. You can add or remove conditions as you wish.
Because I can see a method of mitigating some of the things that were claimed here. I mean, verifying that the proper monument markings are there could be a condition before anything can be expanded. A limitation to no further expansion on the property of any kind that is non-conforming. A situation where and that would include the vineyard. A situation where once the vineyard has reached its expected lifetime, that it not be replaced. And that's a lot of years. Most of the time, vineyards can go 150 years if they're taken care of, right?
That's true.
So that's a long, long time, but at least it provides some provision that says it would revert back to the intent, which would be open space at some point, right? Long time in the future, probably.
Yeah.
But that seems like a reasonable set of conditions we could consider to at least attempt to properly mitigate some of the things we've heard. So I don't know how the board feels about that, but I think that's our prerogative if we choose to go down that route.
I think this is just, like you said, a really complicated and
Yeah.
challenging issue. And Supervisor Parlin, I agree. We don't want to be approving bad behavior because it's a big county, and that I get that. The other thing I see is if we went down that route, Supervisor Heidel, I'm thinking that what we are required to find is that the expanded use will not have a negative impact on the existing legal conforming uses around it. I'm trying to put myself in the lens of a neighbor, that is living around this property. And in those permitted houses around this property, I think I would have a challenge with seeing the accessory, the barns and the, carports that are not legal, that perhaps imposing some additional landscaping around those structures to limit the view from the neighbors to the, I don't know which way it is, but from the neighborhood might be another consideration. So
I'll add one more, and that if it's okay. Typically, the issue is roads and maintenance and traffic. I don't know how many guests Mr. Uso has out to the property. If it's a wine tasting facility in any kind, I know that generally brings large groups of people, and each individual property owner has a right to conduct parties on their property, right? It's where you go beyond that it becomes something that's more of a commercial venture type of thing than a personal family and friends type of event. But we could consider some things in that regard as a condition as well, relative to the traffic, that the traffic, and you can't measure traffic out there on a regular basis, but complaints by adjacent neighbors of excessive traffic would be reported. And, we could follow up and determine if there's a valid reason why that's happening, and remind Mr. Uso that there are things that go beyond personal residential use. And you really have to walk that line of not getting into a commercial type setting or operation. But it's hard to write those prescriptive conditions, but it's something worth consideration.
very subjective, yeah. So
Yes.
it's fine.
Yes.
Supervisor Lane, do you have any questions or comments?
What a mess.
Yeah, it is.
So this is, my first opportunity to really dive into the zoning, down here on the west slope and kind of what the rules are. And, from where I sit, I find that the facts are, this is zoned open space. That's a fact. It's less than 10 acres. We know that now to be a fact. A residential unit on the property should not have been permitted, in my opinion, which is why it's a non-conforming use. This is what the ADU that's not permitted looks like today. It's already built. So when Mr. Uso says, I admit I was wrong, I shouldn't have built the house to begin with, you can use me as a poster boy. Well, I'm concerned that if we do use him as a poster boy, we're sending the exact wrong message, which is go ahead and do it. And we will permit it not once the first time, but again, the second time after a structure already is in progress. I feel it's very bad precedent. And for those reasons, I don't feel I can wrap my brain around even allowing additional conditions. Because also we talk about code enforcement. And is Mr. Kramer going to have to call code enforcement to get this enforced? And then might code enforcement look at Mr. Kramer as being the annoying person who continues to call? I've seen this played out on multiple different roles, and I think we stop playing now.
So I have a follow-up question to that for our staff. So if this board were to uphold the appeal, then what would that mean for this project? Just so we have clarity on.
So Chair Thomas, I can give a general overview, but Ms. Jorgensen is here as well. There was a code enforcement action that was open. It's currently in abeyance, awaiting the conclusion of this hearing. Depending on your decision here, that code action may move forward. Ms. Jorgensen could speak further. I imagine if that were to happen, Mr. Russo may file for a general plan amendment and a zone change, which may or may not hold the code abeyance, the code issue in abeyance, or I don't know if that would be successful or not, but the code enforcement would continue. And if Ms. Jorgensen wants to add any comments, she's here.
Yes, Supervisor Sternberg.
I think, why, if there was an issue, why didn't he come and get the zoning changed before he even did this? This doesn't make any sense. it puts this board in a really tough decision, you know, to make. It really does. And to me, I know there was some issues way back when property zoning was getting changed, people were in uproar because they had ag and then they went to open space and so there was a lot of issues way back when too, on property issues that a lot of people didn't even know about. But to me, if he wanted to get it changed, he should have came to try to change it instead of going ahead and building something that he come on, he's built what, 10, 15 homes like he says he has. He must know the legal guidelines, right? Wouldn't you think? So I have a lot of issues with this. This is really a big mess. It really is.
Well, are we ready at this point to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to acknowledge those comments and say that we have had discussions about the alternative being a general plan amendment and rezone and what that legislative act and that looks like, right? Staff often seeks compliance. And so when you have buildings that are built without permits, we try to find a path to compliance.
Right.
This was a path to compliance, that it was an opportunity for Mr. Uso to bring forward his request, and staff to bring forward that to the decision makers. It doesn't prohibit him from doing a rezone and a general plan amendment. However, I would say that if he was successful in that, the allowed uses would expand. And so the things that you're limiting now would put, like commercial activities and some other things that are allowed in, say, for instance, an RE5 zone. So some of those uses would actually expand from a rezone in general. So I think he also, in the discussions I've had with him, was trying to work within the parameters that he didn't necessarily want more than what he was trying to get through this conditional use permit. I'll let him speak for himself, but in the discussions that I had with him, so there was that balance of, does he want to pursue that? And then, then we have a discussion or a decision that would potentially expand the uses that he was allowed by right, or through this mechanism to try to get compliance through the conditional use permit. So completely acknowledge the comments related to that.
Yeah. Thanks, Bob.
Can I follow up on your comment? The more I think about it, I have a question for Jefferson relative to the code enforcement action you talked about. To be specific, if we basically uphold the appeal, does that mean the ADU has to be removed? Is that the action that's being sought? Does that mean that the tasting area, wine production, has to be removed? I mean, what extent of removal of existing structure are we talking about if that code enforcement action proceeds? Because I've not read the code enforcement action, obviously, so.
I may want to defer to code enforcement, but the legal avenues would have been exhausted at that point. So I don't know if they would proceed with fines or an abatement, which would be to remove the structures that are out of compliance.
Okay. So we don't know at this point, is what we're saying?
Perhaps
determine it.
Ms. Jorgensen may be able to comment on what
I
their
would appreciate
potential
that, because
actions
I'd
might
like
be.
to understand if he's going to remove a substantial investment he's made, if it's not extremely harmful to the community. I'd just like to understand that.
Good afternoon, Linda. Thanks for being with us.
Good afternoon, Linda Jorgensen, Code Enforcement Supervisor. Yes, if the appeal is upheld today, that means that those structures, because they can't be permitted, have to be removed. If they're not removed within a certain amount of time, and we work with property owners for abatement. So he wouldn't have to come in and have somebody demolish every single structure within 30 days. But as long as he makes regular progress every 30 days and reports to us that progress, we will hold our enforcement actions, meaning that we will not start fines. If he does not uphold what he needs to do for compliance, then administrative citations would be the next action we would pursue, which is fines, $100 per day per violation.
Thank you,
So
Linda.
just for clarity, the vineyard would not be affected by the action.
Vineyard is not one of the violations that's in the code case.
Right, and the residents would not be affected by that because
The residence is a legal
It's only the
nonconformity.
additional structures that were put
It's
up.
only the additional
Thank you.
ones that have been built without permit.
Thank you, Linda. I appreciate the clarification.
You're welcome.
All right.
Okay. Well,
At this point, I'm going to close the public hearing.
very good.
And we're closing. The applicant and we have strict timelines for both. It's the first process. So thank you. So
Madam
this point-
Chair?
Yes, pardon me.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you guys. You were about to close the public hearing, but I just wanted to present maybe some procedural options. If the board is moving down a path to uphold the appeal and essentially deny the use permit, there's a couple ways that you might want to consider going about that in order to allow for staff the opportunity to conform the findings to align with whatever decision the board makes. Because as you see, the findings that are prepared for you today contemplate approval of the use permit. So I think, and I might require some input from Rob as to his comfort level, but one option would be to, if the board were to uphold the appeal, thus denying the CUP, to delegate authority to staff to draft revised findings in conformance with your decision. We generally disfavor that, though this issue, at least the basis for your decision is, I think, has been relatively well set forth in your discussions. The alternative you could take, because we do have some closed sessions that we need to consider. You've closed the public hearing. You could certainly give some general direction to staff to prepare those conformed findings. We could recess into closed session, allowing staff an opportunity to prepare final findings of fact for your final adoption to take with your final action. So I think, and of course you could continue the matter, but I think that from what I'm hearing, again, if that is the direction the board is going, the basis for your decision is, I think, been relatively well set forth in your discussion. So I think either of those two options would work. But of course, I'd like maybe some input from Rob as to his comfort level.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Rob Peters again. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think, we haven't heard the vote, but we have a clear understanding of the concerns. And I think that we could, in a short amount of time, draft something that particularly related to the finding that, that would the conformed findings to represent and bring those back to you so that you could take a look at those, and then if they're suitable to the board, then adopt those findings.
I like that path.
After our closed sessions later on this afternoon.
I think that would work. And again, perhaps not to prejudge your outcome. If you would like to just give that direction so that you could see the competing findings and then take your final action later, I think that could probably be accommodated.
It's a better way to document the proceedings.
And that's where I'm really struggling, because I understand all these issues. I share your concerns. This is a really messy issue. But I often don't go against staff's recommendation and a planning commission approval. I take that very seriously because I understand the depth of deliberation and the findings that our staff has based their decision on. I don't go against that lightly. So I really struggle. I'm really struggling with that in this issue. So in order for me to, I think, weigh in it, I would need to see what you might find, because, at this point, while I sure don't want to reward bad behavior and set a precedence, I'm really struggling with going against the planning commission's approval and staff's findings. So that's kind of where I'm leaning.
And we should just make it clear, there's no discussion in closed session about this item at all, right? That's strictly separate items we're going to discuss. So don't think we're going to go off and convene a special behind closed doors discussion on this. It's not happening.
Believe me, our legal counsel doesn't let us do that. Not that we try.
Right. That is correct. The closed sessions are on completely unrelated matters. I just mentioned them because they would provide an opportunity for staff to handle that while we tend to other business.
Do I leave the public hearing open?
I would close the public hearing. And again, if this, again, you don't need to take any action, but perhaps if there's just direction from the chair for staff to prepare some alternative findings for your consideration. I don't think that you need to take any formal action at this point in time.
Okay.
And then again, we can move into closed session for those unrelated matters. Call this item when we come back into open session. And at that point, hopefully staff has some alternatives that they can present to you.
Okay, so at this point, I will close the public hearing, and then, no, I'm sorry, the public hearing is closed because it would have to give equal timing. So at this point, we will close the public hearing and direct staff to find alternate findings based on board discussion for board consideration following our closed session hearing, closed sessions.
Do we need to move that, or is that was direction right there, right?
I think that direction is sufficient.
Okay.
It should be.
And I thank you all for bearing with us as we wrestle with this. So with that, we will recess into closed session.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'd like to request for sake of time that we continue item 29 to January 24th. It's just informational education.
Yes.
And
all those slides.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's wonderful. So, yes. So now, at this point, the board will now recess into closed session to hear items 30, 31, 34, 35, and 39. And anyone who wishes to provide comments concerning those matters may do so at this time.
Actually, Madam Chair, I think that
Yes.
you called for
I already
comment on the
did. That's
entirety
right. I'm sorry, my
previously.
brain's a little
No
foggy.
problem.
All right.
We've had that.
We will be back as soon as we possibly can. Thank you.
All right.
Well, we are back from closed session. Thank you for standing by with us today. All right, do we have anything to report out?
Thank you, Madam Chair. The board did complete its closed session agenda with the exception of item number 29, which as noted earlier is going to be continued to January 24th. And on the items it heard, there is no action to report out.
Thank you so much. All right, so with that, we are back to the final deliberation on item 28, and I hear that we have some potential findings for the board to consider.
Thank you, Chair. If the board is interested in granting the appeal, I have this recommended language. Finding 130.61.050 D2. The change or expansion of the non-conforming use will have a negative impact on the surrounding conforming uses in area overall, as the existing unfinished, unpermitted ADU and 5 accessory buildings are out of character with the definition, intent, and vision for open space as discussed in the board appeal hearing and written testimony before the Planning Commission. Granting the expansion of the non-conforming use would encourage improper development without following the appropriate county land use processes. Lastly, the proposed expansion and accessory buildings related to wine processing are out of character with the surrounding neighborhood and uses.
I think that's pretty much right to the
That's
target.
pretty much
If
what
that's
we
the
were
direction we go.
discussing.
Yes.
So with that, then do I make a motion to uphold the appeal, correct?
Based on the findings.
With the
what's
new, with the findings to do so.
Is there a particular language that would be helpful to that?
Chair, I believe the motion would be to grant the appeal with the findings as read into the record.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Grant the appeal with the findings that were read into the record.
Right.
So move.
I'll second it.
All right. So all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, it's unanimous. Thank you. I just thank you both for wrestling with that.
That is tough stuff.
It is really, it's
really
not
is.
something I do, none of us do lightly. And
I didn't want.
that was a really hard decision, and I really want to thank you both for helping us work through that. All right. So with that, we're at the end of the agenda. Two froms. Does anyone have any pressing two froms?
Not pressing.
No.
Can't wait, everyone. I want to go home.
Okay.
I'm hungry.
Take it away. Take it
Sale
away.
update.
We'll save them.
Yeah, we'll
Sounds
save
good.
we'll save them.
That sounds good.
I'll just be real quick. As I think you have heard, the president did sign the emergency proclamation declaration for California counties. So now there will be some level of reimbursement coming. The storm hit a lot harder today than I think most people, or for much longer than most people are anticipating. I think Highway 50 is still closed. in
It
both
is from
directions.
Sly Park. So I'm sorry, you might have to stay another night here.
So, but the EOC, they anticipate it receding tonight, so there's no cooperators call tomorrow or anything. But if something changes, I'm sure I will hear and I will let you know.
Thank you for
I
that.
just want to give a shout out to everyone in our EOC. They've done a fabulous job and had a chance to sit down with them. And we kind of debriefed on some of the lessons learned that over these last, week and a half, however long it's been. And just really a dedicated group down there, and really want to thank them for their efforts of a very challenging event for El Dorado County. So with that, it is 5:27 and we are adjourned. Good night.